interesting. I described a room once in my haven. That's about as far as that goes.
Fair enough. Yeah. Hey, Phoenicia. One of our lovely founders badges there, along with Durif. There's still 8 founders badges for anybody that subscribes. If anybody wants those. But yeah, we're just gonna watch here and talk about this. Have you guys ever watched one of these before?
I
Uh,
think I wasn't playing for the last one.
Okay.
I've watched them before, but it was more like nothing else was going on and everybody was here, so I just came to watch. They're
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Felix is a very funny character.
Any early predictions on who you think is gonna win it, just based on the fact that they're really good at being creative?
I don't even know who's in it right now.
Yeah, I might give you that, or I might give an answer to that after everyone's settled in.
Gotcha. I would never bet against Rosani though, personally. But there's a lot of good competitors in it. Katria's in it too. She should do good too. Or I thought she was. Now she's back in. Oh yeah, she is. That's cool. Yeah,
I'm hoping someone does something
crazy.
purposefully gross, but
Yeah, that seems to be the tactic usually, from what I understand. But I was talking in tells to Kalina earlier while we were preparing for the stream, and we were talking about how close the word beacon is to bacon, which is a inside joke in Anorian. Because yeah, like I swear to you, and I'm not the only one apparently, because I've talked to people about this. But every time somebody says like "Hello Beacon" or whatever that in Anorian, I automatically like I'll glance at it and say they think they're saying bacon, and so sometimes I send a tell to Isia and I say "Hello Bacon Guard" and stuff like that. So, but and then we got to talking, and I said to Kalina for some reason I was like, "Oh, bacon of the light?" question mark, and then she's like, "That'd be a really good dish for the Iron Epicurean if you use eggs and bacon, that sort of thing. Bacon of the light. I don't know. Sunny side up eggs. Eh. She told me I should do the Iron Epicurean. I'm like, nah. Is Aline going to be in it? She'd be good bet for the gross. I don't know. I don't think I've seen her enter it yet. I don't see her in here yet.
I it looks like they just gave a hint of some sort with capital dig. So maybe
Okay.
there's something like that involved.
Interesting. Oh, and Phoenicia thinks we should do the commentary in character voices. Oh
I
boy.
can't keep a consistent accent to save my life.
I just don't even
Uh,
know what I sound like in character, so.
I'm not entirely sure the stream would welcome me talking like Borak.
What do you mean?
You could just turn your volume all the way up.
Oh god.
I could do that, but there's
Yeah.
also like, you got a beep sound that you can start pressing?
Well, we've never censored anybody yet, but I don't think we've also needed to, so.
You would need to.
Oh boy. This should be fun. We probably should think about what our characters sound like at some point, because I don't think anybody's saved up enough yet, but one of the Ilum Shards channel points rewards I made was like, you know, be your character for like 5 minutes or something. So maybe I'll be the first one to do that. I'll give it some thought. Well, I've heard you voice your character, Phoenicia, and like I told you, it sounds a lot like you, but just a bit higher pitched. I need to mod you guys too.
I think if I keep Aku's voice as much of a mystery as his as the pronunciation of his name, I think it's funnier that way.
Well, it looks like Aline is in it because you from the kitchen you could see Sidon emoting towards Aline, so I guess she is in it. All right, apparently they're starting now. They're gonna read the help file. Iaku, do you have a Twitch username that I can mod?
Oh yeah, but I'll just send it to you later.
Okay.
I barely use it.
Oh, that's okay. I just try to anybody that comes on, I make mod just because. Should be fine. Well, let's see here. People just doing emotes. That's cool. Yep, everybody's gearing up with their emotes.
Oh, this is gonna be difficult for me to. Wait, am I stinking?
Apparently.
Oh no.
Bro Iaku here has got you under, got your back though. So he gave you a moist wash rag, and then you ran away. Sweet
You
Yes,
are
I can
far
potato.
use
from the
it
first
without
person to
using it
do
in
it.
room.
It looks like you missed it, Bullrock, but between the time when you left and came back, they said the secret theme ingredient is sweet potato. By the way.
Oh,
Oh, I like sweet potatoes.
this is already gonna be difficult for me to follow because it looks like people are emoting, but the emote colors are breaking
Yeah, I
from the
don't see
game.
them. Yeah, you just
It
see
looks
the
like
yeah.
when they emote with like a sentence in it, that
Yeah.
comes out separately, and then the full emote with the sentence is just in default
Hmm.
Oh,
emote
okay,
color.
that works.
Man, it's probably the bad like dad jokes and pun type of guy in me, but if I was gonna make a some kind of thing with sweet potato, I'd probably like make it centered around the word yam, and then I would like make yam centered around like Bamathus or something, Bayamthus or something. That would be fun. Only I find these sorts of things amusing, and I'm okay with that.
I
I
was honestly still kind of hoping for God's tongue.
yeah. Phoenicia says I'm terrible. Yeah, I'm pretty terrible. You're not gonna get an argument from me there. But you guys I don't know if you have alts or anything, but there's a lot of times where there's a lot of joke and pun competitions in an Orion, like on the City Channel. We like to do that quite a bit. In fact, one of the Slife has actually encouraged us to do water puns in the past on City Channel. So I've got a lot of practice with coming up with like jokes and puns. It's a lot of fun.
There was a lot of puns made today at my expense.
Oh, really?
None of them PG-13ish.
Uh,
Uh, started off with me mentioning that I was going to be on the stream, and then somebody getting confused, and it got
oh,
turned into OnlyFans real fast, and then
right.
the fact that Minotaur, or Bordox and Minotaur, and Utters, and
Yeah.
so on and so forth.
Well, did the word slutter get used again?
It might as well have.
Got it. Well, I did say the milkmen one time in the stream when Mentars first came out, so I think it's okay to talk about milkmen and slutters and stuff like that. Yep, Matty, slutters for days. I don't care. You
Good to
can't.
know about the God's tongue, by the way.
What'd they say? What do you mean the God's
Phoenicia
tongue?
said you can still put God's tongue in it, but it
Oh,
just
okay,
can't be the main ingredient.
gotcha. Swangin' slutters. That's beautiful. Let's see. What do we got here? Everything's scrolling so fast. Let's see. I'm reading everything here.
Yeah, I'm frantically like closing windows and turning off channels. This
It
stuff
looks
being
like you get
distracting.
a random second ingredient,
Yeah, and they
and then
have
you can
re-rolls.
re-roll it,
Yeah,
but only one time.
interesting. Sabati asking, is swapping permitted?
Permit is.
Permittes. Poor Sabati. I've had those days where you just can't type a word.
I misspelled nerfed like 3 times yesterday. I just corrected it the
Right.
second 2 times before you guys noticed.
I just don't even bother correcting typos anymore. People have been around me long enough to figure it out.
Just throw your words out there and let them figure it all out. That is an admirable way to live. I wish I could be like that sometimes.
Sometimes the sentence I produce is just such a mess that I don't bother fixing it.
Yeah.
And whatever anyone assumes is what I meant. Probably close enough.
If I botch something bad enough, I might just full on retcon it regardless of who's in the room, like in the middle of RP. Like I've told Chalk before, I was like, I didn't emote that, and then I'd go back and fix it.
Retcon. Good stuff.
Yeah, I usually try to like just acknowledge them really quickly in character. I'll just say something like, "Oh, I bit my tongue," or "Oh, I suck at Atolian," or whatever, and fix it.
Yeah. And like Ice had said in chat, this Iron Epicurean is full of powerhouses. Yeah, I'd say that's true. Should be interesting to see what happens. I'm just glad that we're like the game as a whole is in a place where all these powerhouses are active, and active and participating. I think that that's really cool. It's great to have this upswing again in players, and then also have all these events afterwards. It's very cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what everyone does with sweet potatoes and
Yeah.
whatever they got.
Oh, they managed to get color in the from the kitchen thing. You have 1 minute to choose whether to reroll the ingredient you have drawn in the first round. You only get one reroll to use total across both rounds. I remember when I made this character, there was some kind of cooking contest going on in one of the shops in Esterport that had a bunch of people from both sides, and then they like neutrally wanted me to come in and give my opinion, but then I gave it before they wanted to or something. I think Mule was there. I don't know if you were there, Bullrock. I
Um,
ruined that one on accident. It was a long time ago. It would have been like 2 years ago now. So
uh, Eric's is a year older than Bull, so maybe
yeah,
there was a pretty big gap between retiring your mirror and making Bull Rock.
gotcha.
Looks like Rasani got goat and Nipsey got elk meat.
Ooh,
The goat got the goat.
that's right. Goats and elks. And then I guess Tiani didn't like what she got because she's heaving a mighty groan.
I have no idea what a lantern fruit is either.
Me either. I've never heard of a lantern fruit. And that timer keeps ticking down. And this is the kind of thing that made me not want to do it. I'd be like, what in the hell's going on here? And then reroll period has ended.
Merrick's honest. Everyone else is just all like, "Oh no."
Dude, he's always been like that the whole like he obviously Merrick used to be Shadow and then he came to us and stuff and like he's just been like that the whole time. He is super honest.
Zima looks pretty happy with her selection.
Yep.
Oh, I hate shrouds.
Me too.
I think that's Chastity.
It may also be Yedev. I don't know if he's
Oh
participating or
yeah, I
not.
think both of them were around.
I know Yedev is in chat here with us too.
Yeti, is that you, buddy?
people with questions. Oh, no, he's working. I guess I was wrong. It probably is Chastity then. Or maybe it's Aline. Doesn't Aline use a shroud too? I don't remember.
She's not shrouded.
Now that you mention it, I also hate shrouds.
Oh, that's right. I see her name above the 10 seconds remaining now. Yeah. I really wish people weren't using shrouds during this. But what can you do? I probably shouldn't have been able to, swing up in the trees in the brawl or fly in the brawl, but I did that, so
Yeah, I'm sure
you do
shrouds
what
are
you
also
can.
just very in character for some people too. Like I know a lot of people probably play characters that are more indirect with
Right.
letting people know who they are.
I just wish they weren't doing it just so we could commentate better, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it would definitely be easier, huh?
Yeah. Well, I can cheat and I can type Jihu and see if Chastity's online, and she is. So. Hmm. It's like a coconut, but not.
They were saying earlier about 30 minutes to get the whole
Right.
thing put together, right?
I think something like that was said, yeah. Yep. And it says right there, the judges have declared cooking shall begin immediately. The time limit is 30 minutes. So around 3:50 Eastern, it'll be up.
And there's Maddie getting intervention off against Inizetu.
Don't die. You're watching the stream too much and not paying attention, Maddie.
If
I
I
guess
put a
this
little
must
more
be a
thought,
pre-mote or something. The works with the ingredients in gender dish thing.
I think it's if they submit their dish. I don't know. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know anything about crafting in general.
That makes sense, though. I'm going to scroll up to where I type the help file. Where in the hell did I type the help file? I'll just type it again.
You're welcome.
Okay, there is a all the help file says there's a dish command, and then it brings up the syntaxes. So it probably is one of those in the dish command.
Yeah, I know with forging, there's a couple of messages that play, so maybe it's like that. You're probably right.
Apparently, that I don't know if you're watching chat, Yaku, but Maddie said, thank you so much. I truly was not paying attention. There goes Maddie with the intervention. Me, what? Frantically tabbing over and running. So in the end, it was an intervention, but it was Yaku doing it,
Yeah.
and not the ancestors.
Iaku was the ancestor.
That's right.
I've actually, side note, thought about that. If Aku were to ever Aku, Eaku, whatever, I really don't. I'm not too worried about it.
Well, it's your name.
Yeah, but I think I mentioned earlier, it's funnier if people don't actually know how to pronounce it.
Okay.
Because then I get a lot more options to pick from if I ever decide.
Okay. Can I just call you Cuckoo?
Sure.
All
Whatever
right.
works.
Sounds good.
So if you have a pronunciation for your character's name and you tell people what it is, they will say it wrong just to tell you. I know this from experience.
Well, your name seems like it's pretty easy to pronounce. Is it just, is it 2 syllables Bullrock, or is it?
Yeah, I put zero thought into that one. I was like, this is
Okay.
going to be a dumb, big troll. Now Minotaur. And I was like, what's big and hard? And I was,
Oh
bull
my.
and rock. I was like, that's a perfect name. Going with it.
It's a good
But
one.
People still tease me over Draymond.
I thought that I was being like original with this name. Like I honestly sat there and thought about it, and I was just like, what would be a cool name? And I typed it, and then like a year later, I actually Googled this name, and I found out it's actually the name of like an IT consulting company in Canada. So like, have you
Can't.
guys ever Googled your name? Like either of your names?
I haven't looked up Aku. Um, I'll do it now. I'll see if it's anything.
All right. Okay. What do we got going on here? People are submitting their stuff mostly. Go ahead, Bullrock. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say I had never felt the need to Google Bullrock. Draymond was I was 14, listened to a lot of metal,
Right.
and I was like, David Draymond, Disturbed.
Yeah.
That's a cool
Right.
name.
I always felt like that was fairly obvious back then, but everybody likes their. I'm not gonna make fun of people for their names. That's like That's like when you're in kindergarten and your kids and do that to each other. It's kind of stupid. And plus, I've seen far worse names in this game than Draymond. So,
What I'm seeing looking up Aku has a lot to do with like acupuncture needles.
oh,
So that's kind of neat.
fancy. Mess with the bull, you get the horns. I was really hoping somebody would have some kind of shop in game that was like named after like a Minotaur thing. Like, well, one of the one of the shops in Orion got auctioned off recently to Tennyson, who is a Minotaur, and he did kind of. I think he named it the Minotaur's Grasp. But if I was a Minotaur and I owned a shop, I would totally like lean into the meme. It would have to either be something related to milkmen or something related to getting the horns or something.
Bullrock's Beef House.
That works. Segniest in chat says Yaku's cat is so cute, by the way.
Thank you. She was a very, very sweet cat.
Was?
Yeah, unfortunately, she
Oh,
passed when I was in college a few years back, but I have kept her as my profile picture.
Nice.
I don't know. I like the
sorry to hear
picture,
that.
and I liked her a lot, so.
Are you got either of you guys have Twitch open looking at chat? I didn't know if I needed to repeat it to you or not.
I've
Yeah,
got
if I
it. I just
was
don't want to interrupt. Sorry, like I'm doing right now.
no, sorry. If I was thinking about, or if I would have thought about it before the stream started, I would have got my laptop out to watch chat, and so I wouldn't have to tab back and forth because I'm a single monitor pleb.
Gotcha. Me too, mostly. I just happened to I don't know if you looked at the screenshot I sent you of the layout of the stream, but like I can kind of pay attention to Ayatollah and chat and everything else in one window, so the way it's laid out. Obviously, I have to alt tab to interact with Mudlet, but I can kind of see Mudlet and the chat at the same time in OBS. But yeah, Elidon said that he loves you, Bullrock.
I love you too, Leiden.
Yeah. And that he wants your babies.
The only way to get my babies is if he shows up and starts dropping Holocaust again.
Oh boy.
Or Fulcrums, whatever they are now.
The app is very nice for Twitch. Elidon lied and said that he did not say the latter part, by the way.
There's no point trying to hide it, buddy.
I've had a somebody said Segnius said he wants your bathwater. That's why. I don't know what that means, but
That's
Probably a reference to the.
that's where the OnlyFans stuff from earlier was going.
I see.
And Nipsey emoted something, or Tiani emoted somebody emoted something.
Okay.
Oh, is that Filbert that emoted something? Oh, it's
Yeah, I
NPC.
think so.
NPC says are not coming through colored.
Mm.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of emotes going on here. I guess I could probably read these for people, but also I think that people that watch this after the fact are probably going to be able to read them just fine. Um, I don't know. There probably is some people that are tabbed out of the stream, but there's a lot of cool emotes. Everything's going very quickly. I don't think I should read it all. You guys can if you want.
Yeah, I've been paying attention. I did shell out for a second monitor so that I can do not specifically a totally on one screen, but that's kind of how it's shaken out recently.
Right.
So I've been paying attention to it. I don't know anything about cooking in real life. I subsist on a diet of pasta and rice. So
Right. I
I'm
love rice,
watching,
actually.
I'm paying attention. I don't know how to take a lot of the cooking conversation.
Yeah. It's cooking conversation. I think the next most interesting thing that will probably happen is when the cooking time's over, here in about 20 minutes, and then the judging begins, if I'm honest, because a lot of this is just people using the dish command to do things, and then there's some emotes that are pretty cool. But tangentially related to cooking, we were having quite the discussion about pizza in our official Discord here for the stream. We could all talk about pizza forever, maybe. I did not eat all of my pizza. I have more.
I'm saving the rest of my pizza for later. There's
Yep.
only like 2 pieces left, but
Yep.
Kind of makes me wonder if you could do like a sweet potato pizza.
Ooh, maybe somebody is. That would be cool. Excuse you what, Eliadon? What kind of pizza discussion? Well, I mentioned when I got home and I was telling everybody I was home on the weekly Milestone Discord that I had got food or whatever. And then Iyaku said, "Oh, I have pizza," and I said, "Well, I have pizza," and then it kind of spiraled into pizza. Like we all are having pizza apparently today. And then we started talking about what kinds of pizza we like. It was a pizza conversation. I wonder if I should perform Rite of Spirit while everybody's in the room here. If I would get in trouble for that.
I don't think it would hit the people who are currently in the event.
Oh, I don't even have Rite of Spirit. I'm switched to Sisson. That's right. Jesus. Oh, man. Sryan can't even do it either because he's Sentinel right now.
Oh, this is interesting. Raw made a comment on Katria. Although it looks like that might also be. That was probably supposed to be Valerie, a chef's assistant, saying it.
Hmm. I mean, you could perform Thaumaturgy Calamity, Eliadon, if you want to. I might have to join them in choking you out, though, if you did that. I bet he hates Detroit Deep Dish. Which person are you talking about?
probably
I think Gordon
Aladdin.
Ramsay.
Oh, Gordon Ramsay.
At
Oh, I
least
see.
that's
The
how I
Gordon
read the
Ramsay.
conversation.
Yeah. I agree, Mule. I bet he does hate it because he's often wrong. All the things he hates, I probably would eat because I like food like that. But I will say, one time I watched this video of Gordon Ramsay making hot wings, homemade hot wings. That was interesting, and they looked very good. And I too love hot wings. I haven't actually had chicken wings in a while. It's been several months. I need to get on that.
I'm actually like if you're not watching Gordon Ramsay on like mainstream television, I guess like I don't know. I feel like he's much more interesting to watch, and like you can actually tell he's a good chef and not a complete asshole.
Yeah. I feel like the video I watched of him making hot wings at his house was like a YouTube video or something, but it was a cool video. I was like, I didn't even know, what the best way to make hot wings other than just like frying them or baking them or whatever, but he like had this whole process with it. Wyatt says that the UK variants of his shows were way better.
I have heard that the US, they really wanted to play up him yelling at people because I guess that sells better over here, whereas the UK
We
was a
do love
little
to
bit
yell at each
more
other here.
calm.
Yeah, if someone's not miserable, someone else isn't having fun.
Yep. I had to get yelled at by some little old lady today because we couldn't help her because she didn't have the form she needed. It's the DMV, obviously, and she's like, "I already submitted that form. Don't you all scan it into your computer?" And we're like, "Nope." And then she just got mad because we had to tell her over and over. And then she got yelling at me even more and more. And I'm just like, sorry. I almost asked her if she needed a hug. I'm going to do that someday at the DMV. And I'll probably get fired. It'll be great.
Yeah, I save my hugs for out of work situations typically.
Wyatt says if someone's not miserable, someone else isn't having fun. Ayatollah PK in a nutshell. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
I feel like that's a lot of PvP games in general,
Yeah,
though.
I would agree with that too.
Yeah, that's anything. Like, you could apply that to Call of Duty,
Yeah.
Apex.
Fighting games.
Absolutely fighting
Yeah.
games. I
Mortal Kombat.
I take pride in that I don't really get angry at games very often, but somehow fighting games just completely bypass all of my resistance to getting tilted.
Mule said, so in fighting games, your goal is to make sure your opponent can't play. That's how you win. Yeah. I guess that's kind of like Ayatollah too, right? You're going for locks to where they can't do anything. It just, there's ways to stop your opponent from doing that. Whereas in like fighting games, like once you're stopped from doing something, it's pretty hard to get out of it. I'm not a big I'm not like a pro fighting game kind of guy. I just like I'm really bad at fighting games, but I love buying them and playing them even though I'm horrible at them. Like I will buy every Mortal Kombat game that comes out. I just love that series so much, but I'm not really very good at it. One of the times I back in the day, well, I should say like 4 or 5 years ago when I met a few Ayatolians, we all played Mortal Kombat together. It was a lot of fun. They were all way more drunk than me because I was not drunk and they were. So I won
That
that one.
makes sense.
Are you really hanging out with Italians if you're not drinking, though? Like,
I
really?
mean, I did drink. I don't know if I was drunk because to be honest, I'd never up to that point been drunk in my life. But like, I think I might have got a little drunk that night by the end because I tried to stand up while everybody had already left and like I almost fell over.
Were you
But
drinking while sitting down?
yeah, like they kept making me drinks. Actually, it was Calidora because it was at her house when we were all hanging out, and that she had this giant plastic tiki tumbler thing, and it kept being filled with like orange juice and vodka, and I just kept drinking it, and then by the end I was like, I'm gonna go to bed, so I get up and I'm like all of a sudden like almost falling over. I'm like, whoa, is this what it's like to be drunk? But
I
I don't
think
Yeah,
know.
orange
that's
juice and vodka is the exact combination we used when we used to play. I think it's called King's Cup.
Never heard of that one.
I might be thinking of the wrong thing, but it was basically everyone would like mix a drink. Everyone would have to take a sip, but whoever lost the game would have to finish the drink.
I see. Yeah, I've never really drank since then. That was like 4 or 5 years ago. It's not my thing. It would probably take too much. It'd take a lot to actually get me full drunk, and like I just think that most alcohol tastes like garbage. So
I just haven't found the right alcohol for you.
I guess so. I've had friends that have had me try different alcohol over the years. Vodka, Jägermeister, a bunch of stuff. One time, a friend of mine I met from Empyrean that ended up being roommates with me and my girlfriend at the time. She actually was the first one to ever get me to try drinking beer. That was interesting. I tried a beer one time, and it literally does, like they say, it tastes like piss. Like,
Did you try American domestic or did you try a brewery type beer like
I don't
IPA
know.
or stout?
It was like 12 years ago. I can't remember, to be honest with you. But it just, I can see why people also completely insist on that drinking that stuff cold. I can't imagine drinking that warm. Like, that would be miserable.
Some of us are poor and chasing a buzz.
Well, fair enough. I mean, I drink soft drinks and stuff warm too. So
I the warm beer usually only has like that's usually like a teenager thing. Like whenever drinking drunk or drinking to get drunk is like super cool thing. And
right,
Of
just
course,
like
not that I
whatever, I'll
ever
do
drank
it.
as a teenager because it was totally illegal. But
Yeah,
right, yeah.
we
I,
here at the Weekly Milestone do not condone underage drinking. For the
we do
record,
not. No, we don't even really condone drinking, but we are aware of the fact that people do it anyway. I would say I don't know how many years this has been, or if anybody follows sports in chat or in here. But the time I tried beer was we went to a bar, me and this person, and it was the first time I was ever in a bar, and it was like for the Super Bowl, like the Super Bowl was that night, and it was I forget who they were playing, but it was of course the Patriots were in the Super Bowl, and it was like the season that they went like 16-0. I don't know. I don't know if that's happened more than once, but I feel like it was like 10 to 12 years ago.
I'm not sure if you guys are seeing Nipsey
Yeah.
viciously beating his
Oh god.
ingredients.
Nipsey stabs the steak and flips it using a knife of all things. Walking away from this, he patters back over the bowl and begins smashing the potato altogether with a fevered, gnomish fury.
And there was an emote earlier of one of the assistants getting splattered with elk meat from whatever he was doing before.
Nice. And Merrick is obviously cheerleading everyone on, saying, I'm sure you're all going to do great. Man, that is very confusing to see Valerie, the chef's assistant, when it's so close to Valeria.
It's so close to Valeria.
and
Yeah,
It's one
Valor.
letter
It's
away
too
and
many.
Valerie, yeah.
from Valeria and like one away from Valerie.
Well, for the older people, there's also Valengar who is just Val, and there's just
Right.
too many
Oh
vowels.
yeah.
Somebody needs to.
Step in,
Valerie needs to get her 200 class already so she can change her name. That's
Yeah.
what needs to happen.
I'm gonna laugh when she changes it to another Val name of some kind.
Someone asked in one of the clans I'm in. I don't know if you guys would know the answer. Someone was asking what second eaten and third eaten is for in a cooking design.
Mm,
I have no idea.
I mean,
There's
yeah.
two. There's a your initial eat message, and then there's like a delayed eat message.
Yeah.
So I would assume it was for that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like when you immediately eat it and then like shortly afterwards as well. Yep. Wyatt has confirmed that we are correct.
Yeah, I'm looking and I think someone already answered them, so good thing I
Yeah.
didn't have to.
Nipsey eats another lantern fruit, pondering the fruit once more before tossing spices in another bowl with raisins, and now the fruit itself, mixing it together whilst the other bits rest and take in their preparations, awaiting plating.
I'm gonna Google lantern fruit real quick because I'm curious if it's like a fruit or something that's a totally.
Ice had said on our Discord server what it is, if you want to check that out.
I thought that was for wood apples.
Oh, you're right. My bad. That was for something else. Yeah, you're right. You got it.
Lantern fruits are an item that can be harvested from lantern trees. This is the Subnautica wiki. Okay.
I'm deliberately trying when I read the emotes to use my well practiced enunciation skills that I learned when I captioned calls for the hard of hearing.
I I think the closest actual food I can find is Physalis alkakengi, and I am absolutely butchering that, but it's the bladder cherry, the Chinese lantern, the Japanese lantern, the strawberry ground cherry, or winter cherry.
Hmm.
How
Hmm.
many dishes do they prepare? Someone is asking. I think it's just the one, right?
Yeah, I believe so. But they have 30 minutes. I believe their 30 minutes is up in about 7 or 8 minutes from now.
Something like that.
I love events like this, even if I don't participate in them, because I think they add a lot of variety to the style of gameplay that you can kind of like pursue. Um, I said before, I think last episode or the episode before that, that I wish we could do these more regularly on a schedule. But then, like Tiani said, then it would make them less special if they were done more often. But I just like the idea of having stuff like this for people that, don't want to just bash all the time or PK all the time.
I don't think maybe like twice a year would be a terrible thing.
Right.
Because as far as I know, like they generally only happen in this month, like on the birthday. I've been playing this game for over 15 years. You'd think I'd have a better sense of when they happen.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first one I've actually been around for, and I've played on and off since before I went to college.
Well,
So I should probably know,
I can I
but I
can
don't.
solve this for us. I can type search news announce Epicurean. Let's see and go down the list here.
You need to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like quite a few of them are done in October, but it looks like there was at least one that was done in September. But yeah, this time of the year generally it looks like.
Looks like they've got 5 minutes.
Indeed. Let's see what happens.
I just did a quick scent to see who is
Who
in
else?
the area, and there is a lot.
Oh gosh. You're not lying. Look at all that. I think a bunch of those people are in chat too.
I really like events like this.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool to have, all these people in one place doing something that's not necessarily beating each other to death.
Yeah. Not even because I'm opposed to beating each other to death, obviously. I just like the variety.
Yeah.
Zima is busy at her stove for the longest of times, using her halberd in a whirlwind of strikes to quarter her duri fruit and chop her pork belly into small bits and pieces, creating bits of bacon. Bacon. These are thrown into her own pans, which I almost read as pants. I'm glad I did leave that T out. The bacon sizzling on its own and chunks of fruit simmering with a bit of sugar, courtesy of a constant breath of fire that she exhales onto her cookware. Eliadon says, so what you're telling me is Point Firewall Southwest, QB Cast River Southwest, QE Cast River Northeast. I mean, you could do that. You probably have to live with the consequences, but that is a thing you can do. And then Wyatt says, it's nice to have a variety of ways to express your character, even if they aren't good at the specific event. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think something that is surprisingly fun for a lot of people is setting up your character for failure when failure doesn't mean horrible consequences.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, I mean, if I throw Aku into something that he is atrocious at, I feel like you can play that for comedy, and it's still fun to go through. Um, so yeah, I do really like events like this. I've,
Yep.
I've said it, I think 3 times. I'll probably say it another 3 times, but maybe not on stream.
It's probably a bit. It might be perceived as a bit of a cop out, but like, had I not been streaming this and hosting the stream, I probably would have participated in this. But I didn't want to have to do both and like split my attention and do a bad job at both. So, and I figure, it didn't really make sense for my character because he's never cooked. He doesn't eat food very often. So
Yeah, don't. I usually, when I make a character, I think about food of some sort, but in Atolia, literally not needing to eat means that I kind of brush that to the wayside sometimes.
yeah,
My first goal when creating a new character is to get to level 80, so I never have to worry about food ever again.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I kind of wish that, in relation to that, since we're talking about eating and the Epicureans going on, I think it would be cool if 80, instead of not making you have to eat it all, just like suppressed your hunger a large amount. Like, I think it would be cool if you did have to eat. I know it would be kind of a pain in the butt, but like, I think that it just completely turning it off is kind of like dissuading people from some, I don't know. I guess you would then be eating because you have to, but like now people eat because they want to. I guess I don't know. I just think it would be interesting to see what would happen if people had to eat by and
I,
large.
Well, I
I've
mean,
always
like,
kind of thought, sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say that a lot of my on the spot personal RP takes place in around taverns or whatever. So whenever I'm there, like, if there's food to eat, then Borak will like say, "Hey, is anybody hungry?" Or like he'll say that he's hungry, so he's gonna get something to eat, or you know.
Right.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I think it's Maddie who said it here. That I think the closest thing we'll get to that is probably that you do get experience bonus from being fully
Right.
satiated.
Well, I don't even like that, and that's a funny thing too that you all mentioned that because like I like to keep that buff up pretty often, but like I actually use manipulate pylon for wellness to do that. I don't even eat, so
I have 539 blackberries, 675 cranberries, 277 blueberries. I have a lot of berries in
right,
my cache, so if I ever decide I need to be satiated, I can just type in eat whatever type of berry and hold enter.
right. So there was some more cool emotes. I'll read Zinnia's because we missed it while we were talking. With potatoes properly mashed, Zinnia begins to coat this around the chicken cocoon she's prepared. And now a second layer of silk, she announces. Race against the clock as the Chiav begins to spin more silk around the meal. It's a silken morsel, large as chicken that is produced. And some finishing touches. Yes, the Carnifex spies the garnish pine nuts and begins peppering them over the silk. And then Tiani had one as well. But I will also note that the timer is up for them. No more edits are accepted, and they now have to submit their dish for judging.
Yeah, so I'm curious where exactly these premotes come into play. Um, Maybe it's just making the food itself is where those premotes come in. But now
Maybe
there's something here where it's like their completed dish for judging. So I'm wondering if that's specific to Iron Epicurean.
once the Epicurean's done and Sidin joins us, since he's participating, maybe he can answer some of our questions about it.
That's a good idea.
Huh.
There's a lot of emotes. Oh man.
Hello.
Hey, you're here. I was just mentioning you. Are
Oh
you
goodness.
are you joining us permanently now?
Yes.
Okay, let me put you in here. I'm gonna move Iaku and his big cat over.
I was
Uh,
gonna say it's too late now. I was gonna say you could shave a little bit off the edges of that picture. It's not
oh,
edited.
it's okay. I would rather have the cat in all of its glory there. Let me find Siden's voice chat. Where's that at? I have so many people on here. I have to like scroll up and down to find everyone. There we go. Boom. Speaking of cats, I almost forgot that your voice chat avatar is a cat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Cats for days here.
It couldn't be anything but a cat.
Cat in a hat. Yeah, Yaku was wondering about some of those premotes. What was your question, Yaku? Now that Siden's in here.
Oh yeah, I was wondering. There were pre-motes playing throughout, like about the dishes. Are those specifically part of the Epicurean, or are those just like Aetolian cooking in general?
No, those have to do with the cooking. So those specifically came about when you were doing dish things. So dish appearance, dish dropped, etc. Each time you
Gotcha.
made an edit, you did the premote. So
Yeah.
in general, when you just design, no one sees you doing anything. You could stand anywhere and design, and no one would know.
Alrighty. Let's see what happens.
Oh, that wasn't tense until they got to like 10 minutes, and I was like, wait, what? How much do I have left to do?
Everything.
Yeah, I take forever to do any designs.
I mean, I had an
Only having
idea
30
in my
minutes
head,
left.
but it was I I changed a few of the supporting ingredients 2 or 3 times. So it was like, okay, let me change. I have to change this a little bit. Okay, I have to take out this word. All right, I have to envision this line a little bit.
There we go. I cropped your voice chat avatar a little bit, Yaku.
That's fine. It's still, maximum cat.
That's
So
right.
We
I'm
got the important
honestly,
part.
I really actually want to see Xenia's dish because I'm absolutely, I, she was she was demanding something fresh, a fresh kill
Oh
the
gosh.
entire time. And in fact, after Xenia did her thing, Valerie, the chef's assistant, just thought that poor chicken.
I believe Ardent is in chat and says, "I got sweet potato, tarantula, and whale blubber. If I win it, I earned it."
Yes, yeah, that grab bag. Like I was thinking of changing it, but I was like, I got rice and curd, so I was like, I can do something with this. Yeah, you don't know until it's there. Yeah, you didn't know the sweet potato, and then and then for the grab bag, you're given an ingredient. You can re-roll one ingredient of the 2 mystery items once. So, and you have a minute after you pull it. So it's like you pulled the first one, you have a minute to re-roll. If you don't, you keep it. Then you pull the second one and you get a minute. If you had re-rolled on the first one, you can't re-roll the second. So, um, yeah. And then you're given 30 minutes to make a full design.
Whew. All right. Ardent says you can actually prep beforehand. You can set up a series of dishes that work well with anything and go from that as a base. That's a
Yep.
good tactic.
Makes me think it's what you do with regular cooking too. Because I remember doing something similar when I was doing a final for a culinary class, and we were basically given a protein and a vegetable, and had to make a soup and an entree. And then I also had to design the menu of the soup and the entree. We're given about 10 minutes to do the soup and the menu, and then what was it? I think 2 hours to cook. So
That sounds stressful.
Yeah,
it was.
you weren't
It
you weren't
takes me.
here for it, but oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say you weren't here for it, but earlier I was admitting that I live off a diet of pasta and rice, so anything more complicated cooking just goes completely over my head.
I love to cook. So I don't cook as much as I used to because I live alone. So, but I love to cook. I love to cook for people, especially.
I just get massive amounts of anxiety whenever I cook because, like, I don't know, like if you mess it up, then like, is it edible? Can you eat it? Like, if you can't, then you just waste all that food. That's terrible. But usually, whenever I cook something, it comes out pretty good. I think it
If
just takes
I
me.
if I mess up and other people think it's not edible, I do not care. I am eating it. I will suffer for my transgressions.
I think the last time I made something and then didn't eat it was because I made rice and then discovered that a moth had come out in the middle of it.
Oh,
So I was just kind of like, it's a little bit too gross for me.
I love when I'm so tunnel visioned that like I go to the grocery store and I buy something. I'm like, I want to eat that for dinner. And then I go to make it and I realize I shouldn't have done this because I'm the only one here. And then make too much. But that's the woes of living on your own, I suppose.
Hmm.
And also sent a message to Domon, who is a long time, like an old Aetolian player that has recently returned. I've been talking to her again recently, trying to welcome her back, and she's been sending me a lot of tells because I've been reminiscing with her, but I have tells off, so I preemptively was like, hey, I can't do tells right now. I'm streaming, and so she might be joining us in the chat here soon, maybe, if she's interested.
Oh yeah, Domon is one of the Sentinels we've had come back recently.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of old Sentinel players.
Well, I got to know her quite a bit in character. Whenever I was volunteering and playing Hearn like 11 years ago, and she was my order head whenever I played that character. So it was really cool to see her back because like I honestly hadn't talked to her since then. So like it's been like over a decade, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm glad you're still around. So it was cool when I saw her connect recently again. I hope I'd love to see more old players come back. I think it would have been cool if we'd saw like can you imagine if there was like a few really old players we hadn't seen forever, and then they just kind of drop in and do this event? I think that would have been cool, but no such luck. It's always cool seeing people that haven't been around for a long time come back and make a splash.
Hmm.
All right. People just talking in character now.
Yeah, looks like they're
We're just waiting,
Yeah.
waiting for judgment, right?
Yep.
waiting to see who's been chopped.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Maddie. Like, imagine like just seeing these, like I don't know, just random old people we haven't heard from in ages. It would be hilarious.
okay.
Yeah.
He'd show up and win it with 17 bots he controlled over web.
Merrick is apparently very honestly thinks that his sucks, but then he's like proud of it. So
I am curious to try. Um, I am curious to try these dishes though.
Yeah, the winners get added to the shop here, right?
Yep.
Should be good.
Does it say who designed it?
I don't know actually.
Is it in the lucky spot or is it a different room? Oh, it's this one probably.
If you do wares, it shows Iron Epicurean year and then
Oh,
the
okay.
name of presumably the winner.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Oh, it does. Yeah, I just brought it up on stream here.
See, look at that. We could have. The last one was 490 MA.
That was a bit ago. I
Yep.
mean, let's see. 8 times 50, so what? 400 days. That's not too bad.
Over a year ago. So there wasn't. Did we not have Iron Epicurean for Etoli's birthday last year?
I don't remember really anything much happening for last year's birthday, to be
I don't
honest.
either.
There's some old names here too, which I mean makes sense. But like seeing Traeger and Ezalor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ezalor was who I was like. That's whenever I decided that Iron Epicurean wasn't really worth my time because these guys let Ezalor win. So
Oh man, harsh.
I'm just kidding. I love Ezalor.
I see one of the winners is called a playfully morbid vivisected omelet.
Let's see.
I didn't realize Eleanor was Chalk Boozle.
So my character would have been about 24 when the last Iron Epicurean happened, which I think was while I was on my 9-month break. So probably the last one would have been like mid to late last year, or maybe early this year, before I started playing again.
Yeah, I took a long break too, so I am 99% sure that I missed every single Iron Epicurean before this one.
I must have missed the last one. I don't even remember it, to be honest. Like, I have no recollection
I'll look for it again.
because
I'm interested to see what it is too. Okay, okay, there it is right there. It's announcement post 3140. It's the 17th, actually exactly a year ago from tomorrow last
oh,
year.
okay,
Oh,
well
Satan's math failed me.
yeah, it did. I'm like, but I was doing 8, so yeah.
I don't
Oh
know what
well.
the conversion time is, anyways. So you were much closer than what my guess would have been.
50 real life days is a year because every season is 12.5 days. So 12.5 times 4.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That reminds me, I have to go check my farms sometime this evening. I'm farming cotton this season. I need to get some more cloth to make venom rags.
I should probably reset up my farms and lease those out to somebody.
Yeah, it's easy to forget about them when, like, mining's the big thing now. But yeah, farms are still going.
Probably lease my mine out to somebody too.
I gotta find someone to throw my mine at so I can ignore it until I can actually put lessons into it.
I checked my mine. I'm waiting for one of my carts to get a bit more full before I package for shipping because I should be able to do 4 shipments of 90 gold this time around. So
Also, Segniest in chat says, "Oh sweet, who was the winner then?" Are you talking about the previous one? If you were, it looks like it was Regetta because we can see it in the wares here. I'll show it again. It's at the very
Is
bottom
it
there.
Regetta Hard J or Regetta?
I have no clue.
I feel like I've always pronounced that incorrectly in either case.
I just always call her Ridge, so
yeah,
Okay.
That seems safe.
Ridge. I always say, but when I pronounce her full name, it's Regetta. That's how I
yeah,
always pronounce it.
Brigetta, but Ridge for short. Yeah,
The loud one. That's how Sai sees her. The loud one.
There's a lot of loud ones though, but that's the loud one.
Few are as loud as Rish.
I see.
disrespecting Amir like this in front of me?
That's what I'm saying. There's so many loud ones, but I guess she's the loud one, and Mule says the very best one apparently. How's that make you feel, Bullrock?
That cuts deep coming from Mule.
All right.
Cuts real deep. Obviously, I did not drop enough bombs as Amir if people feel this way.
Hmm.
You know, that does make me think the more bombs you drop as a mage, do you think it makes the explosion louder?
Maybe. My crowning achievement as Amir was emoting, summoning enough bombs that I got a global emote message for it. And then
Was that
killed me and Taz.
that was in one of the spires, right?
Yes, there was an imp, and Amir and Taz do not look kindly upon imps after the Laruma War.
I think I was online at the time, or at least I've seen the global.
Also, this is random and doesn't have to do with what we were just talking about, but while I was thinking about it, because I was tabbed in another window, I don't know if anybody noticed the difference, but whenever you had to view ads, it should have been half as long as last time. I cut them down to 30 seconds from a minute. That's also the lowest that will let me go on the ads, by the way.
Oh, you're talking about the YouTube or
You weren't here last time, but now we have affiliate now. Like we officially have affiliate and we're set up for it. So that means part of affiliate is that Twitch makes you run ads automatically. But you have some degree of control over how long before you run those ads and like how long they are and stuff like that.
ah,
But I had it set to like 1 minute and I thought that would be short, but like 1 minute's actually a pretty long time to watch ads, so I put it down to 30 seconds.
it is a long time, yes.
But and again, like I said last week, I'm not trying to sell it, but one of the things you get from subscribing is that it turns off the ads, so you don't have to watch them.
Oh,
And also, you can use your Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime subscription to subscribe to a channel and not have to pay.
I think I missed some context towards the in-character conversation going on because all I see is Xenia saying that the dwarf surely made a delicious treat, and now I'm wondering, do they mean the dwarf made one or the dwarf is the treat?
Oh,
I would imagine she's talking about Zima because Zima's a dwarf.
Oh yeah, probably.
Gotcha.
Because having played another IRE for the not the first time, but like for the first really extended time, I would not be surprised if it was one or the other. I went somewhere in Listernia, and the very first thing that my character was fed was a centaur steak. So
Nice.
Italia did used to have a former producer, assistant producer, who had a vendetta against dwarves, so
Nice.
yes, I remember that. That was
Belakai.
yeah. He really hated dwarves.
Yeah, I have to interact with the character Haley quite a bit. Um, she hangs around me a lot when she's logged in, and she's also a dwarf, so I frequently get kicked in the knees in character and stuff, and you know, it's a good time. She also continuously wants me to design her a dwarf style couch because the couches in my shop are not good enough.
So she wants a love seat?
Well, like I was just thinking like I don't even know what that means, and then she like gave me some examples. She's like, I need one that's like closer to the ground and maybe you could have some like rocks inside of it or something. I'm like, all right.
yeah, make
I,
it out of stone.
yeah, I'll get around to that eventually, I suppose. Now it's just this running joke. I keep forgetting to design her couch.
dwarves is one of the reasons that I AFK inside Death Caves. So Zima can't attack Bullrock.
The talk of stones reminded me, only a little related. There's I don't know if any of you have ever read that book by the Mun Queen, but describing the Sola, they describe them as hated by the earth or hated by the stone or something like that. That has always stuck with me as something like a pretty funny in character squabble or insult that someone could use.
Yeah. I always love when like fiction or video games or anything like puts a new interesting spin on dwarves and stuff. I like the dwarves from Dragon Age. Those are interesting.
Bro, that DLC for Inquisition where like no spoilers, but Varka, whatever her name is, was all like doing not dwarf stuff. That was tight.
Right?
Yeah, the God, why can't I remember what it's called now? But the underground focused one, right? Deep Roads.
Yes. Was it Deep Roads or was it Descent? Or I think Descent was the
They
name
were
of
in the Deep Roads. I don't remember the name.
Yeah.
That one was
That,
really good.
if it wouldn't have been for the Soulless Focus DLC, that would have been my favorite DLC out of all the Inquisition DLCs.
I had to go back and give Inquisition a second shot for some reason, but I also have really terrible Dragon Age taste because I started with 2. So
Mm.
Mm.
That one always gets a bad rap, but I actually like all of the Dragon Ages. I feel like I don't know. I like 2. I like 1. I like 3. I like all of them.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think I don't understand why 2 got the rep that it did because it was a fun game. It was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine. It because it was such a hard departure from what Origins was. So it was a bit of a whiplash.
Right.
It still was a good game, but if you were comparing it to Origins right next to it, then yeah, your expectations needed to be completely different for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's why I still really like 2. Even having gone back and played Origins, and I think I like Origins better because I've replayed it like 10 times. Still a fan of 2, though.
Yeah. Maddie.
Inquisition is probably my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I still think I really like the first one more than Inquisition, but Inquisition was awesome, and I still have it in the other room like everyone else. I like to go back and play it every once in a while. It's a really good game. But I was gonna say, Maddie says Solas fanboy, shaking my head, but also as an Elven Mage Inquisitor, it hit just right. And Ardent says I didn't like 2 for stylistic reasons as a standalone game, and didn't like the style as a Dragon Age. Sure, I guess.
Actually, Ardent and me were talking about Dragon Age. Was it earlier today or just yesterday in chat? I think we were talking about speed runs, which, well,
Yeah,
that's a whole different subject.
Dragon Age speedruns, huh?
I didn't.
I can see it.
It's like, well, they were doing it with like cheats, but the cheats were acceptable, but like it wasn't direct cheating. Like they were just doing like half the game pre-patch, and then they would patch halfway through, and it's like, if you're gonna cheat, why don't you just cheat and beat the game instantly? I don't know.
I still think the Dalish are some of my favorite takes on elves in general,
Yeah.
and then city elves
Yeah.
are also so good. It's great.
Tomato,
I
tomato.
for me at least one thing I can appreciate about Dragon Age and why I think elves are some of my favorite. I mean, I do like Canary too. Is I appreciate because I'm such a history mythology person. I love the slow uncovering of the truth, quote unquote, of what happened with the world. Because since the blights have destroyed so much history, each game you get a bit more of the story, and I've been enjoying that.
Yeah.
In Inquisition, there's a whole area devoted to old elf kingdom lore,
Yep.
and it's completely optional, which is crazy to me because there's so much detail there.
I know, and I loved it. It was like I was like, "Oh my gosh, there's so much here, and there's just so much, and it fits." And
Are we talking about the Fountain of Mythal?
No,
That area?
that one is also really good, but there's a completely optional, you don't even have to unlock it area in Orlais where I think the Dales used to be.
Oh, was
Mm.
it the big forest areas where I think there's a dragon in every map, so saying there's a dragon there probably wouldn't help, but
It is the really big forest.
yes, that one.
Yeah.
I just also Maddie. No, I'm not a Solus fanboy, but the whole story around Solus is just super good. Okay.
Yeah.
I am a Solus fanboy, big fan of the egg.
No, him and Blackwall both did me dirty, so both huge fans of them right until the end, and both of them can. If the next Dragon Age game isn't me killing Solus and then Blackwall, I don't want anything to do with it, really.
Yep.
If BioWare doesn't get shut down before that.
Right. Yeah.
I hope not.
I hope we see
It,
another
it
Dragon
is
Age.
it is EA though. You never know.
Right.
I mean, I went and played Anthem in the meantime, and wow,
Yeah, I played
it
that
is
when it
a
launched and
big
then never
quality
played it again.
difference.
But I did like the idea behind Anthem. It just like that execution at launch was just so bad. Like
It was very pretty, but there are a few things that keep me from being able to finish a game, and it's a lot of it is that it would crash constantly on me when I
right.
was trying to do missions. So
Cheyenne said Dragon Age 1 and 3 were more about the lore, world, and events. 2 was more about personal story and character development. Maybe that different presentation put people off.
Yeah, I could see that. 2 was all about the personal story. Like
Yeah.
it ended up playing into the world events, but everything was self-contained in Kirkwall. The rest, what was happening in the rest of the world, really didn't matter.
yeah, I think it threw people a little bit too from Origins to 2, because in Origins you've got the entire country focus, whereas you're kind of equivalent in 2 in that Kirkwall is a city state, but you're still pretty much only in the city part of the city state.
Yeah.
I still thought that the story was really good. Like the stuff with Andrews at the end, like really got to me. I don't think a video game had touched me like that or had made me feel some type of way about a character before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I loved Dragon Age 2. I think the only complaint I would have about the story is that I think if you go and play Origins, it's still bad what's going on between the Templars and the Mages, but when I play 2, I'm like, okay, there's like one really obvious side to pick here.
Yeah, they did kind of like. Well, okay. Oh wait, are we on the same side? I feel like they heavily biased the mages as far as like who was getting treated like just like shit. Like there was no two ways about it, really.
Yeah, I really enjoy Dragon Age Origins, and I really enjoy Dragon Age 2, but like if I look at like in Dragon Age Origins, I see the Mage Templar conflict there. You see a relatively reasonable guy in charge of the Templars, and then you go to 2 and you have the person in charge of the Templars slowly going crazy and fascist. So it's kind of
Yeah. I do wish though, at least from a technical standpoint, that they had at least not recycled the environments quite so much. Like I'm fine with Kirkwall being recycled because it's the same city. But when you're out doing things like every cave and every um, forested or mountain area was literally just the exact same tile set, maybe mixed around a little bit, and
For
it just started to all blend together. And you're like, okay, I'm in this spot again. I know exactly where I'm going or what to expect because I've seen this 6 times now.
for Dragon Age 2?
Yeah,
Well,
Oh,
I mean, I feel like it couldn't change too much because, like we've said, like you're in Kirkwall.
well, no, and I don't mean like in Kirkwall itself. I mean like when you would go out and do like the little quest things outside of Kirkwall. Like,
here we
every
go.
cave was kind of the same cave,
They're
but
finishing
they
the
just put
judging.
you in a different part of it.
they
Okay.
are.
Oh,
They have their
let's
top
see.
3. Who is it going to be?
Well, I'm gonna go get a drink before that announcement. Be right back.
Here we go. We're all waiting. If I had the foresight to have like a soundboard for the stream, I would be doing the drum roll right now.
I am really curious what gets
Yep.
put through.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to be the top 3 too, because I want to see what they are.
Okay.
Okay, so Sabati in third with sweet potato and eggplant chili with wood apple buttered sourdough.
Mmm.
Interesting.
Yummy. Nice. Well done to Sabati. Isid says in chat, Sabati's sounds tasty as hell. She showed me what it looked like after time was called. In second place with a steaming bowl of sweet potato curry served with a hollow horn is Rizani.
That also sounds pretty good.
Go Rizani. I knew Rizani would, probably be in the top 3. She's really good at designing these things. Number 1. Who's it gonna be?
No, I have an idea of who it might be, but I think I'm like down to a couple different people.
How do you know if you're out of it, Ardent? I don't know how that works, but I hope you stick around in here for the class lead talk. That's gonna be awesome here in a little bit. Hey, Artsy Fartsy. Artsy Fartsy, I was wondering, I was thinking about this before. Are you Oba in game? Or if you are, you don't have to tell me, I guess. I just was curious because I was talking about Oba last stream and then you said something or whatever.
It's like first place is
Calres
Kelrez.
Oh, Kelrez.
with
Nice. Well done.
deep fried and dressed in. Wow. Okay.
A homey wheel of sweet potato wedges, deep fried and well blubber and dressed in yogurt. That's a mouthful. I bet the actual dish is a
Deep
mouthful too.
fried and whale blubber.
It's just you deep fry stuff in fats. There you go. I don't know about the Justin yogurt part. Like it sounds good up until then.
I guess it
But-
depends on the yogurt. Greek yogurt would probably be good.
Nice.
I'm also just not a fan of yogurt, so probably tainting my point of view here.
I wonder if the dish gets put immediately in the vendor or if we have to wait a while.
Well, it's not in there at the moment, so
Right.
Yeah.
There are many hungry mouths in the kitchen after seeing all your dishes. Yeah, there's a bunch of us here, huh?
Is that an honors line?
Yeah.
Yep. Let's look at it. Oh, Kelris is one of those many people that I can't see their honors. Instead, I get a sentence that's, witty and colored.
it just
They are
says they
reputed
have.
to be verminous, wretched, and bereft of merit.
It'll
Yeah,
just
but
say they
if
have reigned as the Iron
you
Epicurean.
yeah, if you honors like Rosetta, you'll see it. Yeah,
Yep.
and they get a hat.
Yep.
That hat is busted.
In what way?
Has artifact powers on it. Well, it's not busted, but it's I think it's got like level 2 enhancement, among other
No.
things.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, the crown for Champion of Esterport is busted.
Yeah, that one is definitely busted.
Like, holy crap. Although, I gotta say, from an icy perspective, Sai is very proud because of the last 3 events, archivists have won all 3 of them.
Oh, yeah, because the quiz too, right?
Yep.
The quiz was not
Quiz.
fair at all because they're book nerds, so
It was an in-character result. And
yeah,
also, I
like
didn't know any of it.
we should have just not even had the quiz. They should have just been like, which one of you wants the title?
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was very bizarre. Like, we all knew when it was happening at a time, but I thought the quiz was like very weirdly timed. Like an hour before Howling, but nothing else is timed like that. But that's why I missed it. I didn't even get home until it was like halfway over with.
I think they're all spread out, sort of,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it. Icid's probably gonna come in here soon, so I'm gonna go ahead and get his thing set up here. Put
Oh
myself up to the
shit!
side.
The duel is tomorrow.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Guess who was not expecting that?
That's going to be interesting. If
Oh, sorry, guys. We can talk. Or you guys can talk about this. I gotta go work on my system.
Oh no.
I'll see y'all later.
No. You must not run away. You must talk about the thing that you enjoy.
I will probably get rolled in the duel, and that's fine.
The duel is always where you run into cheese that people have been hiding forever, and it's just like,
Yeah.
oh, I knew it was there too. I just didn't prepare for it.
Icid,
Yep.
just so you know, you have yourself physically muted again, like before.
I'm expecting some interesting cheese with the duel. Hello?
There you are.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay getting cheese. It is what it is. It's my offense is basically either I outpace you and win, or you walk out and we reset,
All
or
right.
you kill me. So it's not very refined.
All right. So, are you guys ready to do your thing here? Are you ready, Icid? I assume you're here for your time now.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so like I was gonna say, I don't have a lot to say about the class lead process because I'm not a big class lead guy myself. But so I was gonna let these four guys talk. We have two from Spirit, two from Shadow here, and if I need to moderate, I'll kind of step in and be like, let's go to the next person or whatever. But I think you guys should be able to moderate yourself pretty well. But I'm gonna
We
let
can
them
moderate
talk
with the
most.
duel. Meet me at North of Trees if
Oh
you
my
disagree
god!
with me.
Oh my god!
So I'll just start by saying that all of the suggestions that were buffing Spirit are wrong.
Oh,
Oh,
great!
true.
All
Big
the ones
true.
buffing Shadow are right.
Nice,
Yes.
nice.
I thought every single requested buff was too much.
What
Just terrible.
No,
I
how we didn't really talk about like a format thing, but like, how about since Eric's is remaining like the impartial moderator, like if I know Isa talked about the three big ones, which we could talk about those first, but afterwards Eric's can like kind of like pick a class lead and present it for discussion.
That sounds like a great idea.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
that is a good idea.
Putting me on the spot here.
We don't
Okay.
have to, but I thought maybe we could start with some of the no-brainer ones, like the hound training
Oh, wrong button.
one.
Meant to do that.
Like things like that, I think are worth looking at. But I looked at that and I was like, oh yes, let's remove the gold cost from training hounds.
So you're
That
talking
is
about 2764 breeding?
I think he means 2230
Okay,
because
I believe so. Yeah, 2230.
You
Yeah,
got it. I'll
my-
pull it up for everyone.
my understanding is EQ feels very very strongly about making the breeding or recruiting process easier.
Yeah.
I do
I'm
too,
totally
for
sympathetic.
what it's worth.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I'm totally sympathetic to people who want to go through the whole minigame and everything. I think it's absolutely valuable RP if you want to take a look at that and have it be a significant part of your character's roleplay training it. But I think for people who don't want to spend as much time on the training and don't want to spend 10,000 per retrain, I think that would be a very nice change.
Yeah, my personal opinion is that like I just no other class has this type of gate behind using their skills that I'm aware of anyways. Like where you have to you pay the it's not exactly 900 credits, but we'll just round up to that for simplicity's sake. Where you pay the 900 credits, you learn all the skills, and then you still have to go do extra nonsense to be able to use it properly. Like, it's weird design. I guess you could argue that maybe Indrani have to do it with domination, but like even that's like you make one trigger and then you go and you do it and you forget about it
Yeah,
until they're gone.
yeah. It the z- and even and with that, you don't have to play the roulette. Like you always get the exact same thing, and you always get the exact same um offerings of either afflictions or skills that you can use with them, like with slime and chimera and stuff like that.
Mhm.
With hounds, it it's definitely the mini game is such a mix, and the fact of it is that you need hounds with specific traits, or I guess simulacrum in this case with specific traits, to really use them for PvP, especially. I mean PvE too, but until you get those, you're gimped with really pushing an offensive. So
Um, I do agree. Like Indorani is probably the closest example, but as you stated, like Indorani is very consistent. You just go up there and you do it. With breeding or recruiting, you're sitting there waiting for luck of the draw, possibly. So it could take multiple days worth of trying to do it, or weeks, or months. I've heard horror stories, um, and I that was most of my commentary on that report when I approved it, was saying I would at least like to see solution one put through, which is removing negative traits.
Yeah, and Tech
yep.
quoted me there. That's my quote that any trait you don't get is a negative trait anyway, so there's no point for all the other actual negative
Mhm.
traits. But also just kind of like it just if you wanted to if you wanted to keep breeding and like keep a reason for people to do it, like you could just make it to where like you can't customize a hound that you've retrained and then remove the gold cost from that. So that way like you can get the skills to PK with without any of the RNG time gate nonsense. But then like if you wanted the cool RP flavorful stuff, then you had to go through breeding and but like you could do that on your own time without affecting your ability to use the class. Like I didn't comment on that. I'll actually throw that in a comment here in a minute on that report. Like that would be an acceptable solution to me. Like if you wanted your custom warhound or custom however you guys say that word, your custom grandpa.
Simulacrum, I think. I always just call them ancestors. I know it's simulacra, but
As someone
But
that's played Magic a lot, and there's a card called Solemn Simulacrum, it's Simulacrum.
simulacrum, yep.
Grandpa.
That's me.
but yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, I have relatively recently come back from a long absence. I have played like an alt for a little bit in the meantime, but for a lot of the class leads, I wasn't comfortable supporting or rejecting. We just put like a comment, but for things like that, the hounding one, it was just like a hard support almost immediately because that's something I have felt is the way to go with it for a while.
Yeah, for me, anything that's just a quality of life improvement that takes away the resource cost or timing that just becomes I don't want to say unnecessary, but just is a unfun mechanical hurdle is an improvement to me. Like it doesn't it's nothing but just a odd mechanical hurdle to actually get into PvP or PvE. Um, so it doesn't add anything. Where's the substantial add to the game by doing this? And there is none. So
Yeah,
it needs to be changed.
yeah. My perception is it's just a blockade to consistency. Every other class gets to be consistent without playing the lottery, so to speak. So why should Carnifex or Warden be any different?
And I
Yep.
think it should remain as an option for people who want to go through it because I know some people do enjoy like that sort of mini game. But personally, when I pick up a class, I want to be able to go forward with it without putting in
Yep.
either an extra. I think I think that's Meal in chat saying an extra 150,000 gold, um, and then like
Yeah, it
having to
costs
put all
100.
that or extra real life times. It's one of those things where like if it was optional, I don't think there would be nearly as many complaints about it.
And also, just to add, like what's added in at the bottom of the report was something that was confirmed by Karok to Techta, is that you can't actually get a perfect warhound from breeding. So like the whole mini game itself is kind of pointless, anyways. Like you're just gonna end up spending money, or you're just gonna be using suboptimal
Hmm.
ancestors or hounds. So like
That's no. Go ahead.
I was just it again, like it just kind of ends up not making a whole lot of sense. Like I don't want to like the mini game is fun, yeah. Like I can see doing it like as like a side thing, like after you have the hounds that you want to use, like. But like I can't even get the hounds that I want to use now in like the right color I want to use because I'm never going to end up with the perfect hound. So
Yeah.
like why should I breed at all? I just went ahead and spent. I had to borrow the money from Mazion, but I got the money and got the hounds, and there we are.
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
for me, I will say it's honestly a hurdle. If I could pick up Carnifex, but one of the things that always is in the back of my head is the hound breeding. Like the fact that I could pick up the class, pay for the class, but then I have to consider the hound breeding before I can really use the class effectively is always its own detriment to when I consider what I'm going to get as my next class.
One of the 3 topics I listed when we were kind of planning what to talk about was talking about all the Templar and Revenant reports, since just like anecdotally, it looks like a lot of people have that class, so a lot of people stand to gain or lose things from seeing them. I was kind of wondering thoughts about any of like the individual ones or anything. Like one of the premises I like opened up with when I was giving my feedback to people when they were writing those reports for that class is that I think the class works. It's totally fine. Some people find it kind of dry or kind of boring or kind of bare bones, but it still works very, very well. So like a lot of these reports are hard to digest, or hard to find like a middle ground in. So I was wondering if anybody had the same opinion.
So for me, Revenant and Templar, it's very straightforward. It's very linear, but it's very powerful in part because of that. Call and Retribution are extremely strong, and they're fairly hard to avoid, especially when they're set up correctly. So yeah, they don't necessarily have a lot of variety in their approach. They can have a lot of variety because they're using venoms, and so they can adapt to many classes. But it that whenever I see a report, honestly, that says it needs a new variation, I'm like, well, it doesn't because it's very effective at what it does. Um, I think it could use maybe some of the help that's talking about possibly giving some use to like lightning without being outdoors, or giving it range without having to get blade charge and just doing damage. I'm okay with that. But saying let's give it more afflictions because X, or because it just needs more afflictions because I have a hard time um, really agreeing with that, because in most of its approach it doesn't really.
I think.
My, go ahead.
Thank you. I think the easiest report that went out this time around for Templars and Revenants was the blessing report, just like the quality of life change of let us put every blessing up at once. And I
Oh yeah,
will
I'll
take
support
credit
that
for
one
that.
3 times.
Yeah, I will take credit for that one because it's not very. I don't think things like that are very controversial. But then when you look at Templar and Revenant as a whole, I tend to agree that it works perfectly fine. It's a perfectly fine class. The issue is more that it doesn't have any of the more interesting tools that other classes might have. It still has access to a lot of the same afflictions and everything, but it doesn't put them up in very interesting ways. And in a weird way, I feel like the problem with the class, if there is one, is that it feels like a lot of the power budget for Bladefire is tied into Vorpal. Because Vorpal is really good, and as long as Vorpal is the way it is, it feels very hard to, even as someone who put up the Lightning report, because I think it would make the class a bit more interesting. with Vorpal as the way it is, it's hard to justify asking for anything more because Vorpal is already so strong.
Yeah. If anything, honestly, I would say the only things I could think that when I think of Templar that could be useful that didn't make me squint is, like I said, giving it um, ranged without having to use blade charge, because you're never going to blade charge and then use a ranged ability.
Not entirely true.
Okay, typically 99% of the time.
Javelins?
Well, we talked about it with the Blast Wave and Owenta, and like 2 Templars opening with Owenta or Blast Wave, however you want to call it. I'm probably gonna default to Revenant name, so if you need translation, let me know. But if you open with Owenta into Firelash or Lurk, Firelash, Umbrage, yeah, I chunked MJ for well over 60% of her HP, and like the only thing of that was not AoE was Lurk and Firelash. So like 2 Templar opening with that, like that wipes out everyone not a well in a room instantly. And like the main reason like we don't do it is just because like, and I think this is something that like we can kind of like feel across tethers, is that like coordinating with all your smalls to get them to move in on their own, or people who like typically rely on the leaders to do most everything and just turn on their offense. Like they kind of like stop that from happening, but like it's incredibly powerful on its own. So yeah, so kind of like once again, like I'm still not entirely sure that even their range stuff needs buff because of the power of Owenta.
What blade charge were you at with that?
Max, but like you can, but because Owenta isn't tied to a target like other people or like other blade charges are, like you can pre-charge on your allies.
Oh,
I wonder if maybe because I know we did test Blast Wave, which is I think the equivalent, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so we tested the numbers on that, and for us it was like very bad damage. It was like 500 or something like that. Um,
Yeah,
which
it's not a lot on its own, but it's kind of like the Carnifex or Warden damage route with like Limp Veins. Like none of it by itself is a lot, but like you start to look at everything that goes into it, and it all adds up. And
yeah, I think that's a
Owenta
fair way to look at it.
Owenta blends is the big thing. So like that 500 damage to one person maybe isn't a lot, but you do 500 extra damage to everybody, and then you hit them with an Art Ulave after that, and
Yeah, like if you look at the math, that does make sense. Like the more targets you have, the more likely Owenta is going to be a better usage of blade charge than, like Crescent or whatever. Just comparing it to single target. You need a lot of targets to get there, but absolutely.
Which I mean, granted, part of the reason that it would be a more effective blade charge use is because I'm never really in groups now. I'm never really going to get up to a Crescent unless it's like a pretty small group. So if I can blade charge and then blast wave beforehand, I can see that would be a lot more valuable than
currently.
I don't really get to use my blade charge for anything because people die so quickly, or I die immediately.
How do you feel about opening up lightning? Like I've heard like kind of a sentiment about doing it so far, but the lightning report, it was one of the buffs I was like cool with giving the okay for, at least to try it, because it seems like giving them easier access might kind of open things up, make it a little more interesting.
I know that it so I've been doing the thing that I hate doing, which is like not necessarily testing in a vacuum, but pretty much just only testing on my friends because I haven't really felt the need to psych that much. I do plan on starting that eventually here, but basically like using lightning while MJ is using Vorpal is just like it lightning tends to edge out pretty much every time. Vorpal does have which is kind of fitting for Templar slash Revenant, a much easier time to use with especially as far as like coding goes. You gotta do some nifty hacks to figure out if you're inside or outside and tell your system that. But like the end game with Vorpal is just like the charge before you get enough charge to use Vorpal, just DSL, stupidity, mental disruption. Doesn't matter what the rest of your stacks are, just DSL that, and then that will force the focus, or it will block them from focusing stupidity, and then on your next attack you Vorpal the Venom Math locks, and if they don't have purity or if they don't have fitness, they lose after that because they're yeah. Part of my issue with Indrani, but that's a whole other topic. But yeah, so Vorpal is definitely easier to use, but I still think Lightning is more powerful. But I'm not. I mean,
It
I
sounds
guess
like you're
I'm
on the
not
fence about
against.
making it easier.
Yeah, just be. It's one of those things where it's like, uh, I, I don't know how arrogant it sounds, but like I feel like I'd
No.
have to go out and like put it into practice for people to like see it my way because like it does vary on a lot of different things.
So the way I always look at reports, like ever since I started playing Iron Realms games and like filing them for class lead seasons, is anything we ask for, if it ends up being too much after it's approved, like it can always be reversed. So if we like give Lightning indoors like a test swing or just like a test run, and it ends up being absolutely monstrous, like it's not hard to fix it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but if, let's say lightning on a fixed delay indoors goes through and then it turns out that that's like heinously overpowered, yeah, I would happily go get behind whoever is asking Karok, hey, can we revert this? Hey, can we nerf this to a more reasonable level? But I don't know how realistic or likely that is with how previous class leads have gone.
I
Yeah.
could see it like on a fixed delay indoors, regardless of blade charge, because I know with like outside, like you can again requires a bit more like in-depth coding to do it, but like you can track your blade charge on the weapon that you're releasing on, and then like you can pretty much you can block focus the entire time, or just time your lightning to hit when focus is going to come back up, so they will never have focus balance ever. And
I had an interesting talk with Jin about the lightning one specifically, and I think they commented this in, and I personally would be interested in seeing this as an option too, but I only have three solutions. Their idea was make lightning also hit you regardless, and that way you could justify it being indoors in such a powerful AF because it is guaranteed to also hit you and give you epilepsy, so you have to be more careful with it.
I could kind of see that because like Indrani's creative tarot, like I have to be very careful with who I use that on, and
Yeah.
not just a class makeup, but just also the person that I'm fighting. Like I'm never ever in my life going to use it if I'm fighting Mule unless like she's going hammers and I already have like an athlete, but like, she's not dumb enough to go hammers versus me as Indrani. So
I was
but like I'm
I
sorry,
was
what?
actually gonna say that like if you make it like that, it ends up being a thoughtless trade against certain classes. Because okay, big whoop, whatever you take some electric damage and you get epilepsy. If you're against like a limb root or whatever, it's thoughtless. I would do it every time. But if I'm against like another AF class and I have to risk putting another affliction on what I have, that's a bit more of like something I would think about or end up not doing.
What sort of, but I, I'm pretty like I'm selective on who I use creator with. Like I've used it against Seremus and not worried about the afflictions hitting me. This was a long time ago and it's not like commenting on Seremus' skill or anything. But like I was fighting Insect and fighting Seremus, like Seremus didn't pose enough threat to me that I felt like it would just finish the fight a lot faster and I wouldn't it would like narrow his chance of winning if I used it. But then like I'm not gonna use it against MJ. Or like if uh basically I used it where I thought it was places that it was gonna like help benefit me versus not benefiting me, and like it didn't necessarily matter. The class did play a factor into it, but it was also I don't know. It was a decision that like you couldn't automate, I
Right.
guess, and I feel like we definitely need more of that.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. No, I can agree with that too because there's too many. I mean, there's too often where there's just decisions that are just automatically made part of a route without any thought behind them, and that is not really good. Having more input in actually what you're doing real time is a preference, in my opinion.
Yeah, and again, as the person who put up the lightning report, I don't really stick around in the official Discord honestly, but I did join to like look at some of the discussion on the class leads. Which, side note, I thought that was a great idea. Um, and I think a lot of people raised good points about why it might be too strong or why it might be okay. So, like, I'm not going to be heartbroken if it doesn't go through. I just think it's also kind of a good example of why I might be looking at more things for Templar while recognizing it's already a good enough class. It doesn't need these things, but I would personally be willing to give up some of the strengths to get a little bit more diversity in play, I guess.
I kind of think that's a problem with uh Templar though, is that like a lot of other classes, like you could change an ability to like take away their strength and give them something else to work with at the same time. But most of Templar's strengths are all separated and different from each other. Like part of their strength is that they don't miss attacks, or they don't have to break their offense to heal, or they don't have to do this or that or this or that. But it's all separating the individual skills. So like if you buff a skill, then you have to change a different skill entirely to change that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from for sure.
So like I feel like it makes it harder to make reports to buff it and then suggest an nerf at the same time, because I not that there is any rule that you have to suggest a check, because God knows I've made reports where like I suggest a buff to this skill and nerfing this skill at the same time. I think I did it in not gonna
Um,
try to think back on that, but yeah.
I know we had talked about how we had some similar interests in what we were talking about. If you remember the other two topics, one of them was the ring res report, which I think we should probably leave for last.
Yeah.
But the Sentinel reports. My thoughts on this is like they can all, at the very least, start being addressed by one solution total, which is that Spike Trap does entirely too much damage. There's like some other things that need to be adjusted too, but like that's my thoughts on it. Like I feel like every single time I look at that site or I look at that's like the major contributor to how fights end when it comes to Sentinels. It's nothing to do with what route they're really following or anything like that. It's almost like the Arc Umbrage report talks about how it's almost like an investment check. Can you tank this or not?
I can kind of agree with that, but like, oh man, see, like I'm fighting 4 Sentinel here, but
This is
like,
bizarre world.
yeah, well, all my fights with Valeria, like they're either bugged or like, or not bugged like the game's bugged, but like, the first time I fought her in Hunting Grounds alone, like, there was a bad trigger that, 'cause Rhyme is a system that me and MJ work on. Most people know that, but she had a bad trigger in there that I didn't catch and that she forgot about, and it's like whenever Willave is used, like it sets our clot floor to 0, so we will instantly clot away all bleeding instead of like letting some of it stay or like keeping our menopause flush or whatever. But I had just been testing something in BP or Bullying Point, and then somebody had used Willave, and then I went to the Hunting Grounds, and then Spike Trap was going off with hemophilia, and I kept clotting my blood to 0, and like it beat me down to where like I had no mana to use focus or renew, so I started losing because of that. So like that wildly like changed my look at the fight. Like it took me a second to realize this is like I was like, damn, that did a lot of damage and everything. It made me mad. And but like I looked at the log and I'm like, "Ah, son of a bitch, like this whole log's useless now. Like I can't form an actual opinion on it." And then I went and fought her the other day. Like, I woke up. It was just before work. Like, I'll log on and do like 30 minutes of Bastion before I go to work. She tapped a lesser, and I went and fought her. And then Eld got in the way, and then I had a bug in my offense, and then I beat her once, and it's just like all these logs are fucking terrible. I can't do anything with them. I can't make a sound judgment on like where Sentinel is sitting at right now. So that's
I
my
mean,
take on Sentinel at the moment.
honestly, for me, the spike trap can be dangerous, but you can typically, you just have to kind of be aware of that. To me, it hasn't really been in like sect. It hasn't been as much of a problem for me, even outside of being archivist. It's been for me. The reason I was okay with the Daunt is because of just how powerful agoraphobia, claustrophobia, and impatience blended together really are, because of the complete lockdown of movement, the passive blackout, and the mana drain all combining together. Um, make it really difficult if you get stuck with those three in particular, and how easy Daunt makes to stick claustrophobia and agoraphobia, and attempting to push any kind of offense inside of them.
Um, it is very miserable to be on the other end of that route. Like it's almost undeniable. I don't have a lot of thoughts aside from that. It seems like that's kind of the direction people expect Sentinels to play. It seems like it's a generally unique play style. I can't really think of a lot of other classes that can kind of push it like that. Um, I I guess my opinion is that the most dangerous part of Spike Trap should be the venom and not the damage on it.
I think I'm in a relatively similar position to Borok here. Not in that I have fought Sentinel and the logs just aren't useful, but that I just haven't gotten to fight Sentinel like at all recently. So it's one of those things where I might leave a comment on a class lead, but I wouldn't support or reject either way. There's nothing here. I have the class Tritrans. I don't play it. My brain is not big enough for Sentinel, but I don't feel comfortable enough supporting or rejecting anything. I can just say from my own experience, like having it tested on me a little, the damage plus the affliction from Spike punishing you for dodging is where I'm kind of like, that seems a little strong. Because it is a significant chunk of damage. It feels like maybe my audit's a little low, but I was playing one of the plate classes, so I don't really know.
Even at 60+% cutting on it, that shit chunks me like a mofo. Just
Mm-hmm.
for the record. Just to touch on like the punishing you on dodging thing, I think that's less punishing than people like latch onto. We were talking about it on one of my servers the other day, and like it doesn't necessarily negate the dodge because that is a controlled AF in real time that you're dodging. Whereas Spike, you had to set up before. So, like, unless you're perfectly predicting which Venom is getting dodged, then, like, you could overlap with the Spike AF, or you could hit with something that's, like, it adds to the AF count. So, therefore, it will, like, hurt the
So
curing of the RNG abilities, but it doesn't necessarily directly add to,
Yeah.
the overall kill route.
there's a
Yeah, that's
delay
fair.
when Spike is triggered where you can go and envenom the Spike. So I
Oh, you
mean,
can do that?
yeah, you can absolutely do that. You can envenom it before it pops. So what
Oh.
what you can do is you can capture the venom that got dodged and you can just put that on the Spike, if I remember correctly.
Like, that kinda changes my opinion on it, 'cause I didn't realize. I thought you had to set it beforehand.
We can test it, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Well, and then you have their mobility and um, with resins and stuff. For for me, spike trap is its own. It's definitely good in groups, and it can be really powerful for an easy, I guess, cheese route with damage when you're fighting a sentinel insect or something like that. Even though I agree, I don't really see them as often. But it For me, Daunt definitely. The times I have faced it enough, I think Daunt could at least use, if nothing else, even if it's not taken any of the solutions, it's at least worth a look. That's where I'm at with it. It's at least worth a look and review.
I think another thing which I think is kind of safe to look at for maybe a little bit too strong on Sentinel. And I love Sentinel, like aesthetically and thematically and everything. Don't get me wrong. So I am in kind of a weird position arguing about it being um, probably too strong in certain ways. And yeah, you see, Ia said pointing out I don't use Sentinel. That's again because I'm too stupid. Um, but there's one of these resins, I think it's lyserine, that just it reduces the time of paralysis to transform into paralysis by 3/4, which I feel like I can safely say on paper that is a really significant effect, and it lasts for
I'm
6 cycles of cold burn.
I am of the opinion that that effect is overrated because Paresis is already a #1 cure priority against Sentinel, just to stop the constant or just to stop the free impatience.
That's fair. I might just have like a specific dislike for the idea because I mostly play Templar, and if Paresis fully transforms to paralysis at any point, I'm gonna end up not having cleansing tick, which slows down my curing a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, like
But that's more
Illidan's
like class matchup than general strength.
yeah. Illidan's always gone on about like how he's like that's so good, and I'm like it literally like it's
It doesn't
paralysis
change.
is better than Paresis, yes, but like that's still like a very high priority cure. Like I'm not
Hmm.
curing agoraphobia without like if I have agoraphobia and claustrophobia, maybe I'll consider curing that over paresis. But like if I only have one of those apps and then paresis, like I'm curing paresis.
Yeah.
Like if I have clumsiness but no asthma, I'm clearing paresis. If I have asthma but like I don't have impatience, I'm curing paresis. Like paresis is I am constantly looking for ways to cure paresis to stop the free impatience that's coming because impatience is for the overall kill route much more powerful than paralysis is. Like if you get hit with paralysis long enough that like it stops your offense for more than half a second, then you're pretty much at the point where you've lost the fight anyways, I guess, sort of. So yeah, I think Lyricine is overhyped by a lot of people. But speaking of like spike and the damage and everything, like I've talked to Valerie about it once, but has anyone tried like Pyrolume and what's it? I think it's Baduloom, and just like going
Yes.
for a straight damage burn. How does that work out?
Um, Kelsia was working on something like that, if I remember right, before she stopped playing. I know she's back. Um, like I had been talking to her about that a lot, but she would probably be the best one to ask about it. But I would not underestimate the damage on the hot burn for Pyrolum. Like it's really, really good.
Yeah, it like just like looking at the spike damage, I was like, you know what, that like that was kind of hot, really. Like not gonna lie, like I would try that, and I told Valerie she should try it. Like if anything, she just kill Illidan with it because everyone rejoices whenever Illidan dies,
Hmm.
training room or not.
Um, so we
Oh, you're
talked
calling
about
that again. Sorry, go
the
ahead.
No, we talked about the Templar reports, the Sentinel reports. I suppose we should get to the Ring Res report. I will open up the discussion by saying I am the one who put that report through. It's not hard to tell. I'm very long-winded. But with that said, I think my thoughts on the Ring Res report in general, after digesting it a little more, is I should have waited to submit it because I think at least two of my solutions absolutely overshoot the mark. And one of the things I wanted to talk about with this report is it's very, very hard to come up with effective solutions to this that don't completely change the way the item works when it's a salvage item that there's a lot of money put through it for.
Yeah, I think my thought with Ring, I think people raise a lot of good points about Ring in that I wasn't aware, for example, that, or if I was aware, I totally forgot that it didn't work for vampires for a long time, apparently, which is crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
we had to submit a class lead for that, and we're all still very salty about it.
which is fair. I feel like that is something
Yeah.
that should have just gone through, but that's not what I'm here to
I know,
mess
it's
around
sorry.
with. But no, I know. I just agree that that's kind of crazy. Um, I think my thing with Ring, especially Ring Resurrect, is that it is one of those situations where the cookie's already kind of crumbled, right? You can't uncrumble it, and it would. It's one of the artifacts I look at as one of the most impactful in the game. Um, but it's here, and people have spent a lot of money on it, like real life money. And so it wouldn't necessarily be fair to completely nerf or completely change how it works. But for example, I'm sitting there on the bridge in Duiren sometimes, and I see someone who's not even at the lesser ring resurrecting someone who is, and I'm like, that should this work the way it does? I don't know, but I wouldn't know how to change it without making it unfair for the people who already spent so much money on it.
I actually did have a single idea on that, and it's something that kind of gets overlooked now, especially since Ring Resurrect exists. But I think requiring a corpse existing, not necessarily be on the person, but like a corpse existing period, could change the effectiveness of the ring without changing the ring itself. So like it would change offensive tactics because you would either have to like retribution is not necessarily ideal in group fights because you have to wait on paralysis to take over. And I know like comparing it to spine cut or unravel, like both those are way faster than like getting all the retribution apps because it has to come from one person and then paralysis tick over on top of that. Like that takes a
Mhm.
while.
So you're asking for things like damnation and culling and stuff to make ring res more difficult or impossible because there's no body.
Not damnation because I hate that skill, and when we get it, I'm still gonna hate it. But maybe rot, maybe hound quarry, or whatever the version of warden's skill is for that, where like it auto destructs corpse, where like it takes away from one skill a tiny bit and forces you to do it. But then there are also like kills like vivisect, where like you can't revive a corpse off of vivisect kill. Um, and I think the only mirror for that really is um retribution. But like maybe there could be more skills to be made like that. So like maybe it just changes the tactic for how you're going into this fight because Mazion's there and he has 15,000 rings and he's gonna revive everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, sorry.
I didn't know that you could have multiple, like you could own multiple rings and attune them to all different people. When I found that out, was when I decided it might be a smart idea to write a report about ring res specifically, since being able to, as I say in the report, kind of sit there and be an anchor for your team, just bringing them back over and over and over. I'm not. I it feels a little bit like how last night's twin felt, where like the fight just never, ever, 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 ever ends.
What for the
Um,
twin, I didn't dislike that. For normal lessers, I can see why that's a problem.
Yeah, you brought up retribution, and it's got me thinking. I know we were talking about maybe submitting a class lead for this, and I don't know if it went through, but I think something that could make retribution a little bit less difficult for groups was we were considering asking for like a third party message, like if you overwrite someone's conviction, something like that. And I think like
Is
maybe
there not
combining.
already?
No.
Are you are you sure? Because I
um,
can see blade power
I might be
or
thinking of the wrong
blade
thing.
empowerments.
I might be totally thinking of the wrong thing. I know we were missing some sort of third party message regarding conviction. It might just be that we weren't tracking it properly.
That could
That
be a
might be
thing,
why
but
it never became a class lead, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Um,
I just do know that for sure mental disruption and crippled and physical disruption and crippled
yeah, I
body
think you
all
would be
show.
able to track and see someone else putting that in and be like, oh, they have conviction, and I don't. But I think if it doesn't exist, small little changes like that would also help a lot if they went with the idea of no body equals no ring resurrect. Things to make no body executes a little bit easier in groups, with definitely not making them anywhere near spine cut or unravel level. I don't think that's necessary for anybody. But just to make them a little bit more trackable or ease of use, I guess.
Uh, is kind of like segues away from class leads, I guess. Well, my opinion on that is, probably like third party tracking, like kind of goes into the Umbridge report. My feelings on that is like I feel like things that like force someone to be paying attention to the fight and not just letting their bot run are good things. So like if you guys have someone set up for retribution, then like someone else goes off target, or maybe like there's just a group of Templars who like their job is to like retribution off targets while the main group goes after so and so, or it's something like that's a bad example, I guess, because retribution still just takes king forever.
I
But
mean, it's not the worst example because I absolutely did at a recent lesser fly up to chase one of the guys that you have shooting. um, so yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong. I think usually what we do is we'll have. I don't think this is very revolutionary. I don't think we're exposing any secrets here. Um, we will have one Templar who's kind of on retribution duty. We'll still never see a retribution go off, but they're the ones who put their convictions on the target, and the
yeah,
rest of us
no,
go for
and
something else.
either you guys just spirit is super OP and none of us realize it, or some of you guys are going off target, because I know that usually it's Rayan and somebody else are going off target from the main group and killing people. And I've pointed that out several times in webs, and I'm like, we should start doing this. And like, but people just join our web and like they instantly start following me and Mazion, who are our main callers.
I think, I mean, we are going a little bit off topic here, but I think something that we do or that I've seen other people do is we'll have like 1, 2 people say, we're going to call off target. Don't listen to us. We're going to go after so and so. We're going to work our way down a different target list.
Yes, Salt and
It doesn't
Valeria do that a
happen.
lot.
Yeah, it doesn't happen super often, but like that's how we handle it when it does happen.
Yeah, and no, like that really works out in y'all's favor, because like it here lately I haven't been, but for the past couple weeks I've like show up to a lesser and die. Like I was purposely not showing up to lessers at the start and like telling Maz just to go already without me, and then I would earring in, and then like the moment I show up is just like dead.
Yep,
I can sympathize. I don't know if
happens
you
to me too.
remember.
I'd
I
like to
don't know.
chime in.
Yeah.
So the reason why a few days ago I actually switched to my assistant class again was because when I was last my Templar and everybody kept first targeting me over and over and over. So that's why I switched to assistant again, because it's harder to do that when you start phased, or you can evade away or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I actually switched to, like, I don't know if you guys noticed, like, wow, Borat became tankier. And no, I did not buy artifacts. I just started using fucking Deluge and accepting the fact that I was going to die. But it takes you guys 6 seconds longer to kill me now.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's why I've started. I manual crystal. I shield spam when I have to, just trying to live those extra 2.5 seconds that I can. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, it's something I'm very familiar with because I think I might also accidentally defend first targets because that's something I've got to take out of my system. But I have noticed
You should probably
As
not take it out of your system. No, okay, so
know.
I don't know how Sunder handles things now, but I know last time I looked at Sunder, I was building somebody a Cyromancer offense before Cyromancer rework. So obviously out of date here. Didn't like the way you guys did things. It was all single target tracking and everything. And I'm not plugging my system because I don't give it out to everyone and I don't care if anybody wants it. But Rhyme tracks, like I track everybody. Like if we do have somebody go off target and they start calling apps and like they're hitting one other person, like if my main target is Iacid, like cool tracking targets on Iacid, and then Iaku is my or somebody else is seeing Iaku, but they're calling their apps, I'll track every affliction on Iaku and every affliction on Iacid. So like if Iaku gets into a situation where like he can be annihilated or unraveled
Which
or
is pretty
something like
often.
yeah, an archivist, on Rhyme could unravel Yaku while their main target is Iacid. That doesn't happen because I built AoE tracking into Rhyme for Whirlwind and we can theoretically lock 37 people at one time, but nobody uses it. So, but it feels like you guys are doing like a very good thing with your defend at the moment where I don't know if you guys are doing it uh manually or automated, but
I will
it's
say
like
I am not doing it on purpose if I'm defending someone.
well, you'll start defending a target, but then you'll get low and you'll undefend a target, and like that splits the damage and the affliction count up. And so, like, if targets aren't switched, or even if targets are switched, like say you do start defending Iacid, and like so we start hitting you, and then we've got switch over to Iacid, and then half the people aren't tracking the afflictions of the damage that's been done to Iacid, and then um random name out of a hat, Stein starts defending Iacid. Like it's very good to mitigate all that damage like that, and like Shadow has not been performing well when you guys have been doing that. Whether you're doing it on manually or automatically is kind of what I was getting at with like I don't know how Sunder tracks stuff these days, but yeah, so maybe don't touch your defend because it's really working in your favor right now.
Oh wait, no, I do have it off already. But I'll keep it in mind. It's one of those things I would personally prefer to do manually. I don't I'm not too worried about um, what other people do for it, but I get a little bit lost in the sauce sometimes with group PK. So I would prefer to manually defend someone else than just have it fire because like you said, sometimes with AOE's going off, I'm not in a position to defend someone else, uh, and I should not be doing it. So I prefer to keep it manual.
Did you guys want to talk about the next report?
Sorry, we did get hung up on
I
this a
was-
lot,
It's okay.
didn't we?
I was literally writing a message to you asking you about that, Eric.
It's okay. I just wanted to interject because I know it's. Trust me, if you guys have watched any of these episodes, it's very easy to tangent. I'm just trying to keep us on track. If you guys, I know everybody, it's going to be kind of controversial because it's been a big thing. But if you guys want to, you can talk about the Arc Umbrage thing, or you can talk about something different. It's up to you. I'll pull it up, whatever you want to talk about.
I need to ask for like a
I'm fine with anything.
1 minute break here because I need to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm fine
as the
with talking about whatever.
As the Arc Umbrage report is also a college thesis, it's pretty obvious I was the one who wrote that one too. I only submitted this report because I hear a lot about how unfun it is to play against that strategy, and I'll repeat myself when Borar comes back. But I think there's something to be said about considering how fun something is to deal with in terms of like when we're submitting reports.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if I'm not having fun with something, but it's not like broken, then whatever. I think in this case, I'm still. This is something again I would repeat when Bullrock returns. I think in this case, it's something I had supported because even though I think the Blender memes are really funny, um, it's not particularly fun to deal with, and it's not easy to deal with, even though it's very much a direct course of action. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense in how I'm putting it.
I mean, it's not something that's easy to deal with if all you're doing is hitting your button and hoping that the normal automatic offense without being aware of what's happening is going to win the day. It it's a double-edged sword in that it's just as likely to kill most of us as it is to kill the other team
Oh, and
because
sorry.
we're taking the same damage everyone else is. So that's kind of the thing that comes up a lot is it's not like we're just using it and spirit has to suffer for it. It's doing the same amount of damage to everyone across the board. Because whirlwind and umbrage doesn't pick who it's going to hit. It hits everyone
Except the user. Hi.
except the user.
Um,
Yeah.
now that Balrog's back, I'll repeat myself because I'm not a coward, as I say in the combat channel all the time. I submitted this report, and I submitted it mostly because I heard a lot of people making the same comment over on Spirit side, at least, how the arc strategy is just not fun to play against. And I think there's something to be said for if a strategy isn't fun, it should probably be looked at, even if it isn't necessarily imbalanced.
I think I said it whenever you said that, but I mean, in the same vein, and I guess bluntly, like, then combat in general needs to be looked at then, as like group
That's fair.
combat, because it's not fun if you guys have 15 people and we have 10. I realize that's not always the case. I'm not saying it's always the case,
It's a good
but
example, though.
if you guys have more people than us and we go in and like I said, like I have to use the luge just to live longer than 5 seconds. So I mean, that's
Would-
not fun. We should, and that's been prevalent throughout Atolia for like the last 5 years. Like,
So
so yeah.
I was actually going to say, but Eric's beat me to it in the chat. I would say that the response to that complaint, and that complaint is very valid. I have had and still have that complaint myself, is to come up with another vehicle or mode of conflict where the numbers are controlled, and that's how we got Twin Lessers.
But that's only one. That would require rethinking the entire approach
Yeah.
to combat
I think.
because
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
because it twins are good for that in that they limit the number of people who can go into them, which is good. But it doesn't say anything for lessers or majors or orrery where it's still a complete pile. So unless we're completely taking out lessers and majors or completely reworking how they work entirely, um, this is basically a counter strategy to superior numbers. And that's what we use it as, and that is only the way we use it is a counter strategy to superior numbers.
There's been a lot of curse words dropped in web whenever it's used, when we have the numbers and people just start killing off our own people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed you guys are pulling it out of the barn a lot lately. And I guess the reason why is because fights have been a lot more even now that I look at it.
Yeah, it was basically what do we do when we don't have the superior numbers, and this is something we've that was come up with. I don't take credit for it at all, because it wasn't my idea at all.
Thanks. I'll
But
do that real quick before anyone takes credit for my idea. Like, Regetta gets credited for Wheel Aeon all the time. That was totally my brainchild. Thanks. Sorry, I'm done now.
but yeah, it's it's unfun against when you're having it used against us, but at the same when it's having used against you. But like Bolrock said, it's just as unfun when we're outnumbered 2-1 and we try to use the same strategy of single target, and we can't gain momentum because it's a numbers game. And the other option that we could use, which is breaking up or ranged, isn't an option either because entrenchment right now is so strong. There's nothing we can do against multiple blocks and um, walls and everything like that to really break up because we don't really have anything to pull people apart. lure kind of was the answer to that, but still, you just double block or put up a wall, and lure is completely stopped in his tracks.
Or a
It's
single Templar blocks and aura focuses.
Or
It's-
Sentinel Bear block.
It's funny you mentioned the entrenchment and everything, because I think it was either last season or the season before. I had asked for buffs to like any form of ranged, so that we can kind of start picking that apart, or like having options to use outside the room, aside from what we already have. And I was shot down because I was told that the ranged meta is not something anyone ever wants to encourage again. I was kind of wondering everyone's thoughts on that.
I fucking love range mainly because it's hard to automate, so therefore you have to have people
Yeah.
making real-time decisions themselves and not a bot, which is part of like why I hated that whole like teacup trigger thing. But
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what they mean by ranged meta, because I don't think anyone wants to get deleted from 5 rooms away without much of a say in what happens.
yeah, like range, like the whole Kai choke thing, like that could fall into the teacup thing, but like moving people or disorienting or stripping buffs that could put you up for being moved or
Mm-hmm.
stuff
I
along those lines.
I used to personally really enjoy the set up outside room, shake bracer, maybe relic misjar, and then try to pull people in sort of range strategy for dealing with uh, larger groups than you have. I'm not sure if that's what people mean with ranged meta. Um,
Well, that specific
Just
strategy has a lot of feelings behind
hey,
it.
just
That
give us
was a
just give
ping
us
race.
river. Just give us river.
well, I mean, I can also see why people wouldn't want to deal with someone walking up next to them, shaking bracer, and pulling people. That's similarly not super fun to be on the receiving end of. I guess my big thing with uh, group combat right now is I think you've all raised good points where, yes, we might not find it fun to get arced to death in the course of like 5 seconds, but nobody finds it fun to get bashed to death in a 12v7 or whatever numbers. And part of me wonders, because this has been a thing for almost as long as I've been playing the game. Part of me wonders if the solution is to try and focus on more um, in character sort of conflict into PK sort of thing, finding people more interested in that, because automated system like Foci and everything, I never want to discourage someone from showing up, but I also recognize that when we have 12 people, it's not going to be very fun for you guys who have 8. So it's a weird situation, balancing that between. I would prefer if everyone had fun at a lesser, but with the way the systems are right now, I don't know if it's possible.
But I have specific and strong opinions on that, and it's mainly like it's not even Sunder's fault, because Sunder is just the newest iteration of Tripwire or Earthshaker or Source or Citadel or fucking rhymes just like it. Like, it just hand it out to people and like it does things for them. But I don't know. Whenever you got 10 people in a group, like if 10 people respond to a trigger and do a specific thing, like that is more effective. And I don't necessarily agree with justification. Like, oh well, they're there and they're gonna do it anyways. And like the whole that argument breaks for me right there, is because like, well, are they gonna do it anyways? Like, if you say, okay, let's range this target, and then like the whole reason that people started adding that level of automation to the system is because people weren't doing whatever it was anyways. So, uh
One of the questions I thought about while I was like listening to the discussion about entrenchment and everything, aside from the next mirror, is there like a class and spirit that you think would kind of solve the issues you see in that regard? Like something you would be excited to see mirrored next?
I think once we get Luminary, it's going to be interesting in terms of how entrenchment works. But rephrase your question for me, please.
So aside from Luminary, is there another class you see on Spirit that would go a long way to addressing the problems you see, like in the quote unquote meta?
Sentinel and having access to traps.
Okay.
That was what immediately came to mind for me too. I'm not a shadow player, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head that is an at power equivalent to traps.
Because there isn't really one.
Nope.
Since
I-
2003, I've been told to just deal with traps. So
I agree that Sentinel would be a good idea for the next mirror, because I think it would mean we could all talk a little more objectively about it, a lot like how we were able to do so with Templar and Revenant now. So that would definitely go a long way in terms of like health of the game. Because if there's problems with Sentinel, like everybody having access to it would probably make the conversation a lot easier.
Yeah, and I mean, Bashumba and Wyatt are rightly pointing out traps are single target. They're not going to be the make or break of a fight. But I think what we were talking about specifically was more like how it affects the ability to defend a single room.
I mean, those are fair arguments to make, I guess. But whenever you control your enemies list and you can delete one person off of traps and stuff like that, like it changes the landscape. And maybe it's difficult to understand that since you've never had to deal with the traps.
I can't think of how many times we've had to sit there and consider, do we walk through this firewall knowing there's a catapult on the other side waiting for us? And
Yeah,
who are we
like
going to lose?
you pull the strongest member of our party, or like like the key member of our party, or you pull like somebody who's like in a class who's gonna like break your combo, and like yeah, I don't know,
Like we've ran into that so many times, especially Ori recently, where it's literally just been who are we going to lose on the other side of this by going through this firewall? Because there's nothing we can do against it. I mean, you could there's not really an option to avoid it with the way, especially I mean, sometimes with lessers there are, but if the lesser is in a single room direction or they set it up just on the inside of the lesser's ranged, it's kind of the same thing that we see when people have talked about Labyrinth in the past, but at least Labyrinth you can just throw a monolith into the room on the other side.
Yeah, kind of branching off a little bit on the subject of firewalls. I don't know. You probably noticed because I got caught doing it at least once. I at last orrery, I would just kind of leave and go clear firewalls to make it easier for people to actually join us. Because there's been a lot of firewall use recently. I think we've used it. I know you guys have, and one thing I will do personally after a one fight usually is I'll go out and I'll just ice breath every firewall unless it's someone on our side putting it down telling me not to.
There's
But
a 1 second. I was gonna say there's a lot of chat if you guys want to catch up with chat. Otherwise, after you're done with your point, Yaku, if you want, we could maybe talk about the next report.
yeah, I'm fine moving on whenever. I just, it's something I've noticed specifically with firewall is that even without the notion of traps, you can just ice breath them. Sometimes people leave like 10 in a row, which means you're ice breath balancing 10 times.
you got to remember that time is kind of the essence whenever you're doing things like Ori or Lesser. So if I have to ice breath every room on the way. Also, I just want to with going too in depth into it. I think Bashumba is overstating our frustration with it, just because we have frustration with it. It's not traps that decide a fight, but it's the fact that there's nothing to do with.
Right.
We can't do anything with the traps. Like, I don't know. Don't
Which
put
is
words in my mouth, buddy. I love you, but these suck.
yeah, that's why I'm kind of hoping that they at least take a look at possibly giving us back the dismantle, even if it's on a super low chance that it will actually be successful, but giving some counter to traps other than they're there, but there's nothing you can do except hit it.
And really quick, I do see Maddie posting, in chat, and I do want to say, the main reason that Sunder exists, and the main reason that I have helped in the past put things into Sunder is because I do want more people to feel like they're able to go to a lesser and contribute. So I do like it when people say that Sunder helps them actually go into a lesser and feel like they're actually helping. I just, I feel like I say that a lot, but I say it because it's true, at least for me. And I think the original intent of Sunder aligns with that. I just saw that in the chat and wanted to make a note.
All right.
I think I just gave everybody an alias to be able to contribute to lesser fights.
I see. But yeah, we mentioned it was mentioned in Discord a little bit ago that we might want to talk about natural tide and primality, if you guys are interested. That report.
That was my
Primality?
report. That was
I
my
didn't want to
report.
say that without your consent, so I
It's
intentionally didn't say
it's
that.
it's why I brought that one up.
All right, go ahead.
Which one is it?
Basically talking. It's specifically talking about. Let me see.
Just give me the number.
That's what I'm looking for.
2466.
Yeah, it's more specifically talking about how sporulation and overload work together.
I'm going to be honest and say I don't really know how Shaman works, so could I maybe get like a quick rundown of why the change would fix it?
Well, specifically right now, you can do divulgence off of you can do divulgence off of 3 mental afflictions. Sporulation and overload without even doing the boost to sporulation immediately sets you up for divulgence because it gives you impatience, confusion, stupidity, and paresis, all in a single balance. And hallucinations if they boost. Hallucinations hidden if they boost. Sporulation before they use overload and natural tide.
They can't boost the natural tide
Oh,
ability.
okay. So that was something I should have asked about. But that's still the 4 afflictions with no caveat other than having the energy to use sporulation and overload.
My opinion on this report is that I've not fought a shaman since the changes to reclamation, but my opinion on Blackout in general is the same as it is in Bashing. It's just such a fun and interesting mechanic, and I can't wait until they introduce it to every other class in the game.
Blackout is not in my last fights with shamans have not even really been used. It's sporulation and overload into with static burst for the hidden, and then divulgence over and over and over. And every time
They're
you can
boosting
use
overload, or they're boosting
static.
They're boosting static burst and then
Yeah.
overloading or natural tide overload.
Yep, with sporulation. Sporulation with natural tide overload together, static bursts in between, and if the 3 mentals hit, immediate divulgence, with agoraphobia and claustrophobia taking priority on the divulgence.
The way I used to do this, unless I misheard you, I would reverse it. I would boost and overload for the blackout, and then hide whatever the natural tide is underneath the blackout.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't know, like not boosting overload just sounds like a really bad idea to me. Like it sounds manageable. Not like if they're not giving the blackout, then it sounds manageable. Like because at least you're seeing that you're getting hit with stuff. Uh, I mean that is just like off the cuff response here. I haven't seen it put in practice, but yeah, I don't know. Without the blackout, that definitely sounds manageable at least.
This is definitely one of the reports that I wouldn't support or reject because I just don't understand it enough. I haven't gone against any shaman since I've come back, so it's hard for me to contribute any specific examples here.
Okay. Do you guys have anything else to say about Natural Tide, or do you want to move on to the next one?
I think natural tide itself in general, the putting or I don't remember the exact skill name order to do it all, but putting it into natural tide and then releasing natural tide is actually faster EQ than using any skill at a space EQ. And maybe that needs to be looked at. But other than that, as far as this report goes, like I guess I'm sort of ambivalent. Like if it gets changed, cool. If it doesn't, then also not really sure. Because like I said, like the boosted overload is the thing that I have the biggest issue with shaman.
There was another kind of no-brainer report that we could maybe go over really quickly while we're looking for
Sure.
another one. I'm trying to find it now. It was the report submitted to make Revenant slash Templar sanction not give that extra mechanical 10% on redemption and just baking that in baseline.
Do we have enough time to talk about how stupid sanctions are, or
I
We might
mean,
get a little bit too.
it's a short combo. They're stupid.
it is a short combo? But I will go at length. Somebody will have to check me to
I'm
make
not
sure I
sure
do
which
not tangent
report
about
the
it.
sanction thing is. I don't see it.
I'm trying to
No one
find
put
it.
one through. I
There-
don't think.
There's a specific report that Yaku was talking about, but then like that one's mainly about redemption, but it also ties into the rest of how stupid sanction is in general.
I think my comments were like along those lines. Like, not only should we fix this and like make all sanction bonuses baseline, but like I don't think stuff like that has any place in the game anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like we were talking about on the Discord last night. It's like it's also like the Hounds thing. It's like these are just things that not a soul thinks is interesting or good, and yet they're just still in the game. But yeah, they let me see about that report that they said in chat. Is it that one? No. Okay, it's 2947.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if any of us
There we
here
go.
disagree that sanctions should move towards RP flavor stuff.
Yep. Like for example, the for like Archivist, I think is fine. Something like that. Like it increases the longevity of Codex and token, and Sphere's contemplation is halved. Like either RP or the mechanical benefit is something that doesn't really affect PK. It just gives you more quality of life. That would be the two things I would look for.
Yeah, Sentinels aren't a perfect example because we've still got that 10% end health, but I think being sanctioned by Sentinels gives you access to enter the guild hall, and
Mm-hmm.
I think someone mentioned you can like get Sentinel face paint too. I think
Yes.
things like that are fine. I think that's kind of like a very good baseline of you get some neat RP things. I would
That
100% prefer that without the 10% end health not being baked into the class.
that
You could
should
maybe make like your deriv last longer. something like that.
That'd be nice because I remember on VHO hated having to go remake my fucking derb every 2 weeks. It's like
think they made them longer.
15-day decay.
This might be a little wild, but why doesn't Sentinel Sanction just give you, instead of you having to write customizations for your animals, just give you specifically Sentinel flavored animal skins? That's entirely cosmetic.
Yeah, like
Okay.
Like an exclusive looking ice worm or an exclusive looking direwolf or what have you. Like that's the kind of flavor that I would be totally fine with attaching to a sanction. But
Yeah. I'm behind that. Anything that's flavor, that's cool, that still incentivizes giving the sanction out, but doesn't change how it works in PvP or PvE, I will 100% support.
yeah, because like the 5-round versus 6-round Vorpal is pretty fucking big. Like that's a big one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I sected while unsanctioned from Templars, and I'm never going to complain about that unsanctioned. It was 100% deserved for in-character reasons, but it is a very noticeable difference. And I think things like that are. I don't think those should be attached to sanctions.
Nope. Yeah. Anything that mechanically affects your PvP or PvE should be detached from sanctions. 100%. No brainer.
What a quick conversation.
You say that, but like I'm biting my tongue over it. I always want to go off and on and forever.
Yeah, it's because pretty much everyone agrees that their sanctions are just poop the way they are and have been.
Good.
I
Hey,
mean, I
Tully,
think
dads
so.
who are listening to the chat, I fully expect you to remove sanctions tomorrow and make everything baseline.
Or not, maybe not remove them, but make them all more like Ice had said for the Sentinels. Like make them
Look.
more customization and flavor than mechanical advantages and stuff.
Well, yes, to be clear, that's what I meant. Remove
Right.
the mechanical benefits tomorrow and
Yeah.
then work on the customizations. Let me customize my gas. Thanks.
Yep. All right. So, is there any other particular report you guys wanted to talk about, or have we had enough of class leads?
Can we talk about how nobody knows what the hell is going on with Ascendral? So
Yes, absolutely. I would
Okay,
love to
go
talk
ahead.
about that.
Has anyone actually who made those reports actually fought Jeremy Insect against Essential?
did Jeremy make those reports?
No.
I don't know.
I don't
I'm
think he
know
just
who
did.
did.
saying. I'm just
I
thinking
haven't-
who fought them because Jeremy and Essential, who boy.
Jeremy's a pretty cool guy, but I don't think if it involves fishing or PK directly, he doesn't give a shit. So
I haven't played Ascendral since the rework happened, so my perspective on it is very old.
I think both routes are kind of cluttered. One of the comments I put on one of these essential reports is that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to this class, but like if we keep hearing the same line of like nobody's done it right, if the class has been out for more than a year and nobody's done it right, we might need to start looking at if it was obtusely designed. Like if it's just an obtuse class to learn or code for, that might be a problem in and of itself. I'm sure the class is probably fine if you play it a very specific way, but like I know Sizabor, for example, has been trying to make the air route work for God knows how long, and he has always asked people for ideas on how to make that better. But like I have never picked up the class for any length of time where I could form like a real opinion about it to like really say anything aside from it looks like gobbledygook to me.
I'm kind of.
Sorry.
I was going to say I'm a little on the fence with that because saying that just because no one's figured it out means it's obtusely designed. How many people have actually put in the time to try to figure it out? That's
Not very
the
many,
question.
for sure. Not
Right.
not very many at all.
yeah,
Yeah.
I fought Sixabor, or however you say his name, like twice It was all out of sect. It was over some uh I can't remember why the hell we were fighting. But then uh, I know from testing because I tested a Syndrel and Silencer before release. Aladdin, God bless him, he's a sweet person, love him, but he wasn't very present during the testing. And Silencer got a lot of testing, and it was mainly just me fighting myself while I was dual logged onto the test server. And so the biggest thing I took away from the test server was Essential did a shit ton of damage, and then it went live. It underwent a change or two before I ever fought Zavin, and then I'm not a mega well, but I have +2 con, +2 enhance, +2 sip, and Zavin damaged me out. Like, not like, and not to discredit Zavin or anything like that, but like it wasn't even skillful. It was just like, holy shit, there's just so much damage. And I mean, that was also a little bit ago, but even fighting Jeremy is just like, God, this damage is a lot. I'm gonna have to win a lot faster than what I normally win. And like either that was my win con or not. So like maybe a Syndrel does need buff, but I don't know because really I just get already bashed out or I win because they're not carrying correctly.
There's some stuff in chat too, which I think is also worth mentioning, which is that at least with release New Essential, Shatter was really, really strong. And
Oh
I love
Yeah.
yes.
Shatter,
Yes, it was.
but
It was really good.
it was too good.
Yeah.
What I've been told by Essendril is that, like, in terms of the route Jeremy uses, like Scorch is apparently just a code check. I don't know how much I believe that, but once you start assuming, what the hidden afflictions are based on, the combat message, and this is me just relaying what they told me, it becomes a lot easier to deal with the route. I asked
What,
them. I
what do you
also
mean by a code check for Scorch? Because
so the way he described it is once you see the combat message for it, and I didn't verify this entirely. So like I said, I'm really just relaying what he said here. Once you see the combat message, you can tell if it's arms or legs, and you can check yourself for a blaze. Is what they told me. I don't know how much that really matters, but it was like one of the main things they told me.
Well, once you apply Emberbrand, though, you can the Emberbrand immediately prepends the blaze to Scorch, so it doesn't really matter at that point because even if you're not ablazed, you immediately get ablaze before Scorch goes through, and you always have 2 limbs broken if they have Emberbrand.
Is that what Everbrand does?
Yeah. It basically makes it so you don't actually have to deal with the ablaze check.
Okay, somebody needs to update Afflict Emberbrand. I think their name is Karok, but I could be wrong. Because the definition or the description of what happens whenever you type in Afflict Emberbrand is that it just or increases shield tattoo basically.
That is not it at all.
Yeah, no, that is not
It's a
it
little
at
old.
all. And then, I mean, the hardest part for me with brands when it comes to Essendril is there's no cure but time. Shade Rot, even, you can eat Panacea or something like that. But if you get Frostbrand, there's nothing you can do but try to wait it out. And you really can't because of how long it lasts. Same with Dire Frost. Once you get Dire Frost, you just have to kill them before it turns into Frostbrand if you don't want the Frostbrand ticks. So all of the brands, there's no counter to them because it's all time based. Or yeah, run away and just stand there and wait for them to go away.
I love that as a rebuttal to PK. Just if something happens, run away. That's
Yeah, cool.
fun to deal with.
Yeah,
in
Right.
every way imaginable.
I'm not necessarily good at PvP. My preferred strategy is stand in room until I win.
You're a
So
savant, but also the way APK works, you should probably not do that.
Yeah, no, it's mostly learning when I need to run, but preferably I would like to stand in a room until I win.
So, fighting a Central, how avoidable do you feel Emberbrand is?
Wyatt, give me another AB to read, so I'm gonna read that real fast.
I mean, as long as you have a broken or damaged limb, you get Ember branded. Now, how long it lasts, yeah, is dependent on the damage it takes. But as long as they're doing limb damage to you, you can't avoid Ember brand.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I think looking at one of these specific,
I mean, it's kind of the same with dire. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, it's fine. If you were mid thought, I was
I
kind
was
of
going to
thinking the
say
same.
it's kind of the same with dire frost. As long as as soon as they put dire frost on, as long as they're casting cold spells, or as long as they have blizzard running in the room, it's unavoidable to get frost brand. So unavoidable things, as long as you're standing in the same room, is not fun to fight against.
Yeah. I think one of these reports in particular, I did submit a comment on it. I didn't support or reject. It was 2715 about the limb route. My big thought there was that they wanted to change the water resonance, and right now water resonance is actually part of the bashing combo. So that's not something that I would really want to change. So that does make me a little curious, though.
Sorry, could you report that report number?
Yeah, it is
repeat?
2715.
2715.
I typed in 2751, got a system report. I was like, what the
And so my initial thought, again, didn't pick one or the other, but I just kind of said, I don't think we should go through with this because it will also have unintended consequences for the bashing route. But I was wondering what you guys thought about the point that Ascendral does lack some of the offensive tools, quoting, that allow most other limb routes to function, like parry, bypass, and multi-limb build.
do they not have? I thought they 100% had multi-limb buildup.
They do with
I
Flame
believe
Wraith.
they do with
Yeah,
Fire
Flame
Lash
Wraith.
Fire.
Yeah, they Flame Wreath a limb, and all of their fire, all of their. Let me read it.
It's all their
Um,
next. The limb damage from next attacks go to that limb.
yeah.
Bypasses parry and all that great stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is exactly on the Fire Lash AB. I'm not sure how many abilities, it's been 2 years, Ascendral have that you can just use the same thing in a row and get a resonance on it. But Fire Lash does have a fire resonance, which leaves Flame Wreath.
Does changing resonance change? Does that like delete Flame Wreath or?
No.
No, so you can, even if you have Fire Lash Fire, you can stall one Fire Lash Fire and then also hit the next Fire Lash Fire. And both of them will use the same resonance because whatever you stall will use the resonance you had when
So
you were.
it snapshots your resonance whenever you
Yeah.
stall.
Yeah.
So it kind of does. I've rejected most of these reports because I've kind of had the same idea with Seomancer as Ascendral. Seomancer is to afflictions what Ascendral is to limbs, and they're both high skill but very high reward. That's at least how I see them both.
And I know, like, this probably isn't a super popular opinion. I do miss some parts of Old Ascendral for sure, like Aquasphere and stuff.
Please give me back palms.
That too. Um,
I don't know.
I
Like my whole thing with the Syndrome is I've seen some attempt at it, and Jeremy's had some success with it. But somebody said earlier that, or maybe it was I said earlier, like uh, people just aren't using the class right, and like it's kind of mean to say. It's also kind of unfair to say because like we also really haven't seen a whole bunch of it. But like just the same logic and reasoning was thrown at Carnifex before.
yeah, it's
So I don't. I don't want Six of War to like run into sect and like start like losing rating and just like look like this because people do talk. So I don't want him to look like this chump who just like lost fight after fight after fight after fight and isn't good because he's trying to make this class work. But at the same time, like Jeremy's having the same amount of success he has with Syndrome as he does to every other class. So yeah, I just don't know how I feel about those reports. Like, is Jeremy doing something wrong with Luminari? So therefore he's doing something wrong with Ascendral? Like, is like this just like his peak skill level, or is somebody just not utilizing the class the way it's supposed to be used?
I feel
So
like Essential's going to be one of those classes that greatly benefits from being mirrored, because I'm sure in that situation, like Shadow will find something that we didn't find, or they'll like think about it a different way or whatever, and we'll come to like a better consensus about what it needs or doesn't need.
or we could just end up in a full on agreement. Like, yeah, okay, we were wrong
Exactly.
about this.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, I really like Essential and New Essential, but this is absolutely one of the classes I just don't see enough to feel like I can make an informed opinion on it.
Yep. Yeah.
Is there a next report?
Yeah. Is there another one you want to look at, or do you feel like you've pretty much covered everything? Because I think
The
this
Nexus
might
report?
be what is it?
The Nexus report?
Reports Nexus.
Oh,
What is it?
are we talking BioNexus?
Yes, yes, we are.
What's the report number?
That was mine because it's useless right now.
There it is. 2460. There we go.
This is another one of those situations where I will be glad to admit I don't know what I'm talking about. Um, like I don't, but going through and looking at the entirety of the Archivist kit, I can't see where this skill has any practical applications.
Correct. It at the moment the way it works, it doesn't, because if you have people hitting you in a group, you are not really going to be able to advance your mutagen anyways because you're probably going to die. And in solo combat, you having the energy reserved for BioNexus is putting you at a great disadvantage because I don't think you can really do a solo route, or I haven't really had a successful solo route at 2 energy instead of 3. You might be able to get away with it with torque, but if you don't have torque, you're definitely not going to get away with only 3 energy with only 2 energy. So practical use, I've used it on a rare occasion in foci, but again, at the moment you have to be hit for the mutagen to jump. So if you're not
Does
target,
it,
it's not doing anything.
if you manually infect somebody, does this override it with whatever mutagen you have stored on Nexus? Or like how does the mutagen association with Nexus work?
So if you do mutagen infect and then you have a different one reserved with Nexus and then you do advance, then yes, it would override whatever one that would be. But again, for the Nexus one to jump, they would have to hit you first. So
Seems really whack.
it if you can put up Nexus, reserve the energy, and if you are never the target in a focus in a group battle, your Nexus has done nothing
Does it
except
give you the
reserve an
energy?
energy.
Does it give you the energy back in 1v1 if they hit you?
No, it's literally a reserve. It's like a Miller in that regard. It reserves the energy, so your total goes down. So if you have Ameliorate and Nexus up, you are at a max of 2 energy with Catabolism.
Does it cost you anything to drop Nexus? Like Bow
It
or
doesn't
Equilibrium?
cost. That's a good question. Um,
Does it cost and can it be done off EQ Bow?
doesn't cost anything to take down. Let me see. It cannot be done off balance.
Okay, well, I mean, is it lackluster for transcendent ability? Yes. Is it? I mean, like you can just pretty much forego your balance costs for setting a mutagen if you just tie it to your Nexus. So like you have your Nexus set up for the mutagen you want to use, walk in, start hitting them with other things. They hit you, Nexus hits them, and then on your next balance you just drop it and then continue on with your normal stuff and you get your energy back. It's not like very lackluster as an ability, like especially transcendent ability, but like entirely useless, not necessarily sold on. But like, I mean, I guess as a transcendent skill, pretty fucking useless.
It's pretty fucking useless. And honestly, I mean, yes, you could code it in that way. So I would say we can agree on it's 90% useless.
Well, so Praenomen with Temptation and Seduction and even Effusion, there are people who are really good kind of like going back to like my creator thing. There are people who are really good fighters who I will go in and I will edit out Temptation and Seduction and from my opening combos because I can't afford to waste the balance on using Temptation and Seduction against them because like it's just them starting an attack earlier than me and I need to race them as fast as possible because they're really good fighters. So like maybe Nexus is good in that regard, but like I guess like the skill tie-in is definitely got me side eyeing it is pretty shit. But as far as like it's not amazing, but I don't necessarily need a like I guess solution one like hold on what yeah like I guess I'm fine with the buffs at the same time because or any of the uh suggested buffs because they're not necessarily like groundbreaking. Just makes it more like ease of use friendly, but like I don't necessarily see it as like a completely trash tier skill. If that makes sense.
It does. It to use it effectively I mean, you could, but at the same time, it would also, yeah, it would, if you were doing it on the fly, I will agree with that. My intent really was really just ease of use for one or the other. I'm fine if it doesn't really have any, if it still stays where it's at with 1v1 and they just make it more usable with in groups. That's why I had all 3 solutions was really ease of use. It doesn't really need much of anything to be more usable.
Yeah, well, like solution two would be like I don't know, why don't they just make it a passive? Honestly, I really like solution two with just like deleting the skill as or deleting the skill's effect as it is, but like just if you hit somebody, it auto puts the mutagen on them.
Yeah,
Might be a little more broken for team combat, but like for 1v1, like I don't think that really changed anything. Like I just some classes have ridiculous startup times or like uh a Syndril is one where like there was a report made out to where like they have to set up the room first and like people running like really hard set and like this is like a nice quality of life report that like does not change how the class works like over the long haul, but like removes the annoying ass startup.
and that's pretty much it. Like if I could have Nexus up and even though it's reserving an energy, it's saving me the 4 second of infect at the beginning to where I can use madness or use an insight and then advance along with another ability on my next balance.
And the alternative is like whenever those do become like detrimental balances to use, it becomes like a solid thing. Like this is detrimental to use this ability, and then you just do what Shifter does, and you run in, you snarl, then you run out. And
Yeah,
then
and I've
you
actually been
reset, and then
doing
you run
that
back.
with Infect. I've actually been doing that with Infect lately, honestly. Has been hitting with Infect and immediately running,
Yeah, so
resetting
just
for half a second.
remove the 4 seconds for everybody and just it in passively. Sounds solid to me. So
Yeah. And again, I really wasn't trying to buff it hard. I was just like, let's just give it a nudge to where it's a little bit more friendly because Archivist doesn't really need major buffs. It just tweaking.
Yeah.
I can agree with the sentiment of wanting your trans skill, like your capstone skill in every skill set, to at least see some use. Because I mean, you put a lot of lessons into the skill to get there, and to kind of cross the finish line and get a rotten neck kind of sucks.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, we could talk about like Chad is talking about how how unfriendly Unravel can be when you're having multiple archivists, and especially if they're all attempting to go for Unravel. But it's still really strong in groups because Crux hits like a truck. So if you have 4 archivists and all of us are cruxing at the same time, people are exploding in on all of our balances together.
yeah, no, like yeah, like I don't know if the like 4 seconds over the long haul of a fight, like if it's something you have to continue to reapply. Like I can see that like removing that 4 second balance is like help, but removing the 4 seconds out the gate and then that's the only time you have to really do it. Like I don't necessarily see that as to go back to my Shifter example. People like you're just gonna run in, you're gonna infect, and you're gonna run out and reset the fight because it's gonna stay. So just run in, do it, whatever afflictions they put on you, run back out, cure those, get your rebounding back up, run back in, and to fight
Al-
restart at the start of a fight. So
Although I would, one thing I was thinking with the Nexus change is it might actually give us some thought of using something different than just the word just went out of my head. I'm using chronic as the only modifier ever. We have
um,
all these other modifiers for bioessence, but because chronic is the only one that makes your mutagen last forever, and otherwise it expires on its own. The only thing you do right now is use chronic. But if you could reinfect on hit and then advance, you might actually consider using something other than chronic for your mutagen. But
does having 2 energy like how much? Actually, hold on, this might be an idea. Because stimulant and recollection both cost energy to use, right?
recollection does not, which is why I supported the nerf to it because it does need looked at. But stimulant uses it, flare uses it, growth uses it. So it's stimulant, adrenaline, growth, and flare are your major energy uses in fights.
Okay, so what if where is I going with this? Something to do with I don't know, maybe there was like a low percentile chance of it advancing your mutagen instead. Like I hit you and then like the mutagen auto advances. But like low percent like I don't know what the low percentile would be.
I
But
mean, if it auto flared, then yeah, okay.
sort of an
Yeah,
auto flare.
because
Well, this is just an idea, but like you keep the energy reservation, so therefore you're not as safe defensively. And it's a percent based thing, so it doesn't become automatically like this is clearly better to use. It becomes a thing that's based on chance, which is how most decisions in Atolia seem to be starting out. You know what? Why you're getting right. I hate this idea automatically.
oh, yeah, only 8%. Let me tell you, fighting a shaman as a fucking archivist against Elder. Ah,
That's nuts.
Been maining praise since 2004. I
yes.
understand the frustration.
Didn't it used
Let
to be
me look.
10%?
Sorry, what about 10%?
Didn't Elder Shaman used to be 10% when it got nerfed?
Yeah, buddy, and my rage hasn't subsided any with the 2% nerf.
Oh boy.
Something you touched on was the recollection nerf. You mentioned another report this time around.
Yeah, I didn't submit it, but I did support. I didn't like any of the ideas that was offered, but I'm okay with it because being able to basically sit there and spam a cooldown reduction on tree, focus, and renew is bad. Because that's what recollection is. You just sit there and spam it and reset your healing abilities that much faster. So that being spammable is a bad thing. I mean, one of the things I would be fine if it had a cooldown and just reset one of them, like completely, but it had a cooldown like 15-second cooldown before you can use it again. I'd be something okay with that. Like you could automatically reset tree, but still have 15 seconds, maybe. But I don't think I liked any of the solutions that were suggested. But it needs looked at. I can agree with that.
It's
I
one of those
wonder if
reports that
solution. Sorry.
Oh, so it's one of those reports where I'm currently ambivalent upon because my main focus has been Praenom in combat and I've been patient, so I don't give a shit how non-existent your focus cooldown is because you can't focus anyways. So
Well, it all short-term cooldowns are reduced by 4. So that's focus, that's renew, that's tree. Thankfully, purity isn't touched by it, or email array isn't touched by it, but all 3 of those and any other short-term cooldowns you might have are all reset.
yeah, but the main one for Prey is focus. Like I mean,
Yeah.
like it okay, seriously, like the skill is very strong and good. That's mainly just memeing, but yeah, the earlier when we were talking about Revenant and like how it just kind of works the way it is. I was gonna point out that limb classes kind of shut it down a little bit, and the only
Yes.
not limb class that exists that can do that is Archivist because of recollection. Like I didn't want to like try to segue into different
Yeah.
class leads there, but yeah, there you go. Being able to
Yeah.
focus nonstop is bad.
Yeah. I've seen it more than a few people have told me that they've tried to use retribution against Archivist and they just spam recollection and just laugh because it breaks the lock over and over and over.
I think what I've heard is the way to work against that is to then the Templar or the Revenant focuses on their own limb root, which hopefully you don't have the talent swap on cooldown. So it's not like an unbeatable thing, but it's
Oh yeah,
not
blunt
the
rev is
most
crazy.
yeah, it's not the it's not the most fun thing to watch when you're trying to venom someone and they recollection like 3 times.
Yeah.
I guess the argument for that is like, what about like Sentinel or Sisson who like don't have those limb routes available to them and they're still a lot class? Because
Hmm.
like Sentinel like went over its powers a little bit and potential weaknesses, but like they don't have necessarily like the same AF count that Prey does, even though they have access to Impatience. So like Impatience is gonna get grabbed more often than it's not from randoms if they're not focusing it. So then like yeah. Like they just end up focus breaking the lock anyways.
I don't want to take us away from this topic until we're like ready, but I had one more report I wanted to bring up.
Okay. Which one is it?
The disease report under Deathlore.
Do you know what number that is?
2672.
Okay, it's pulled up.
There was like universal panning for this one. I'm pretty sure almost everybody in the combat channel gave it a thumbs down when it was submitted and the bot made a thread. But I kind of wanted to like discuss why.
I'm not a Carnifex or Warden, so I won't talk about this one.
Yeah, I can't
Um,
really say anything one way or another.
without it working the way it does right now, like the class doesn't function. Like that's like the best way to give a spark notes for it. The class is basically balanced around having disease up. Is my understanding. So to like mess with that means we would have to give like a whole balance pass across the rest of the class. And I don't really think that's something we can really address in the scope of one class lead when we have a bunch of other adjustments to be making too.
Yeah, right. Like if disease was nerfed, you'd have to like bring back the soul purge speed up to like offset that, or you just have to speed them up in general or something. Because without disease or whatever the warden version is, they genuinely do not outpace her balance
Yeah,
fast enough to do anything.
and more to that point, like if we're not going to speed them up, we have to give them new tools that address the same problem that disease currently does. Like it would be opening up a whole new can of worms. Is why I ended up actually rejecting this report.
But well, you caught a problem, and I guess I kind of disagree with that because like every class has something like that with whether it's mental disruption, impatience, blood poison, or Sisson doesn't necessarily have anything directly for that outside of like hypnosis, which is its own weird thing, and the fact they dictate the fight with evade and skill. But it, soul disease is Carnifex's equivalent to all of that. Like that's how they control uh the pace of curing. So like without that, they're just completely dead in the water. So I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I think if there's a problem, maybe it's with like I don't necessarily think there's a problem with Carnifex in general, but like if there is a problem, maybe it's somewhere else and not disease.
I would agree with that. Like if there ever is a problem with Carnifex, I don't think it has anything to do with disease.
Yeah, I had to double check which ability this was for
Portent.
Wardens because obviously, lore wise, Wardens were here first, so I only know their
Ah,
abilities. But I have to agree with everything you guys are saying. I think if there were a problem with soul poison, and I don't necessarily think there is, or sorry, soul disease. Um, I don't know if I would really like any of these solutions in either case.
yeah. So like if you branch out into other IRE games, like you start learning like this. Atolia is pretty much deadlocked, even in some classes, into a style of fighting known as momentum. Basically, like you have to build up momentum on target, regardless of what your class is, to get anywhere. Because me and MJ were playing around with a route the other day where like she basically just like chain locked me all day as Templar, like just slash after slash after slash was a lock. But the locks were instantly broken because we have renew, we have tree, we have class skills, focus, purity, etc. There's a million different ways to break it. So like the idea is to build up a bunch of afflictions before you get to your kill route to basically like solidify your kill route to where like if somebody uses their class healing skill, they're not going to cure an essential, or they have a lower chance of curing that essential affliction, and so then you can proceed to actually kill them. So like removing these types of momentum is bad for Atolia because all Atolia is momentum. Like there's no prep, there's no setup, there's no like I can hit somebody like this way and kind of like play a long con or
It's
anything
overcoming
like
a
that.
number.
Yeah, pretty much.
I would think
and like incremental advantage, basically.
I would say if anything that maybe need to look at possibly and I'm fine with momentum is and we were talking a little bit about this about web is how strong certain matchups are against each other. Not necessarily that they shouldn't be strong, but just when you are a certain class, how insurmountable it feels. So, for example, with Archivist, how completely shut down it gets against a limb class. Like, should it be difficult for an Archivist against a limb class? Yes. Should it be to the point where you have what feels like a less than 10% chance of even coming out on top? Maybe not, but that requires a look at overall with how combat is. And I say that, and there's multiple classes, is just an example I'm using.
So, are you saying that there should never be a situation where any class feels like it has a 0% win rate against another given class?
Right. There should be ones that do much better, but never feels where, oh, I'm fighting against this class, and since I can't change class, there's basically a very, very slim chance I'm going to be able to pull this out, even if I'm operating at peak performance.
I can agree with that, and I like the idea of some classes being better at certain things, or like some matchups being a little rougher on certain classes. As long as like we also dish it out to those classes that have good matchups against others. For instance, Sentinel is good against class Y, but it's not good against class X. I would want to avoid like a rock paper scissors kind of setup. But I do agree that like it should never be insurmountable.
Yeah, I think like a good example of like the rock paper scissors thing is like Sentinel is very good against some classes. Like I pointed this out a long time ago with not necessarily fully understanding the effect that nimbleness had, but I beat one of Irie's. Oh, okay, not one of, the dude literally is like just the best overall in general PKer in Irie. I think we all know him and love him and hate him
Mhm.
equally. His Terradrome was a scary thing to fight, but like nimbleness, just like God, this was when they still had barrel. Like it was just allowing me to like not instantly die because I wouldn't end up prone or anything. So like nimbleness is like the rock to, or it is the paper to the rock that is limb classes, and then limb classes is I already myself up with this analogy here. But so Sentinel has that power over them, but then like limb classes, like the Venom classes in general, it just destroys like Carnifex or Templar or even Prey to an extent. But then there's also like Indorani can't fight against the traditional V-Lock classes at all, just because of how easy it is to lock. And I think that's something that needs looked at. I think limb classes power over affliction classes kind of needs looked at, because just the fix on the slashing with the broken limb thing kind of help, but also it's overwhelmingly bad. I fought limb shifter earlier, and it's just I felt fucking helpless. I was like, I can't do anything, and it's because I'm not a caster class. So yeah, I think there are currently some imbalances that definitely need looked at, and they all kind of fit in this rock paper scissors scenario that Isa was talking about that we should probably try to avoid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I want to
Oh,
interject
okay.
after you say something.
I was just gonna say I would absolutely agree. Oh, my rags are decaying.
Me too.
Whatever.
Right.
I would absolutely agree. I think we want to avoid rock paper scissors. But I know not to use other games as an example too much. But playing League of Legends, I can quickly look up like, hey, what's the win rate of the champion I want to play into who they've picked. Is there anything similar that we have in Atolia? Like at the end of Sect, do they come out and say like, this Sect Templar had a 45% win rate against Carnifex or Warden or whatever?
I
Is there
feel
anything
like
like that?
I'm
you're leading into a question that Isa paid you to ask.
wow.
Are you gonna ask? Are you gonna ask about teams or team arena events or team sec?
No, I
No.
mean, I think those would be fine, but I just wanted to know, um, is is there any access to that data we have, like in
I
terms of win rates of class versus a class?
I'm pretty sure that data exists. I don't think it's available to players.
No, I don't think it's available to players at all.
The closest metric you'd get is get everyone to post their sec book to the Discord chat and then compare them.
Okay, that might be something we could ask for at some point. I don't know what
They'd have to own the sect book though, because those things do decay and they cost quite a few marks.
2,500 ain't shit. Can we talk about the bug with Umbridge real fast that like gives me sec points for killing people?
Yo, what?
Or the
Yeah, I bugged it. It still isn't fixed.
Well, I was gonna say, if you want to talk about bugs, there's a bug I submitted a month or two ago that never got sorted or anything, and we kind of sort of used it last night at the Twin with phase. But one thing I wanted to say earlier about limb classes, and this is from my experience, take what you will from it, but I feel really bad for monks that have to go against shapeshifters. Like, I'm not very good with shapeshifter, but like I just like the one time I fought a lolly for like an order thing, I just destroyed her because like they try to use Kai Cripple on a shapeshifter and you can just ignore all of it. You know, like it's just bizarre. But I just think that some limb classes even have a hard time against other limb classes. Is my point.
Yeah, and like this is one of those things that like isn't even spread out like it's not tethered bias. Like shifter and monk are available to everyone, and like there's still that imbalance that exists. And then uh like how Wyatt tilted me earlier, like that 8% elder shaman bullshit is always gonna get me for prey versus shaman, and like advantages like that just shouldn't exist necessarily. Like they do kind of fall outside of the scope of rock paper scissors, I guess technically because there's more than 3 categories. But yeah, it's still upsetting.
Mm-hmm. I'm right there with you.
Well, we've went really long. I think this might be the longest episode we've ever done today. Or do you guys want to be done, or do you have any more to say about any particular reports?
I could talk shop all day, but there are no. I think we covered the specific reports that I wanted. Well, there's one that I feel like might be the most controversial of all to talk about over
Bring it.
report 2478.
Corpus Frenzy.
Yes, I see this report.
Yeah, I just want to point out that a Garrote hits me for like twice the damage of Frenzy, and that is buff, but normal Garrote damage is still equal to Frenzy on artifact level reports. So like I don't
Yeah.
know who made this report, where it came from, or the study that went into it, but like after I saw this report, I went in and I started to test damage attacks from different classes versus different audits. I tried to keep it static and I tried to like see how much they would go. And ultimately the work to disprove this report became overwhelming, and I still haven't even commented on the report, but
Is this the one where you were asking me about like commonly used damage skills in teams?
yes, because I found skills that were because I did the biasing and I checked lifer skills first. It was like lightning and fireball both ended up doing more damage than frenzy, and I was just like, I don't know how to deal with this anymore because frenzy's always been a hot topic. Frenzy's since I've been playing, people are like, frenzy stuns, frenzy does damage, frenzy this, frenzy that, and I'm like, frenzy's like it's sort of the last thing in the kit that I want anyone to use. But like if they do
Mm-hmm.
use it, I'm glad it does damage. So yeah,
It's
I don't know.
it's your bash attack that you're using at a lesser because you don't know how to do anything else.
Part of me wonders if Frenzy might be more of a artifact issue than like a base skill issue, because not every Frenzy. This is not speaking from like direct data, so absolutely feel free to ignore it. Just like off the top of my head, I've been hit for like 1,000 damage from Frenzy, and I'm like, yeah, sure. And then I've been hit for like 1,800 damage from Frenzy, and I'm like, that seems a little crazy. And I wouldn't
I've
know how to replicate it, but all that really comes to mind immediately would be the amount of RD investment that people have.
uh, on the flip side though, a level 3 runed whip with max strength, I'm pretty sure I've been hit when prone with like upwards of 1,000 or 1,200 on Garrote through Link.
Yeah. Eric's hit me with the growth the other night, and I was prone for it, but it still made me stand up and walk away for a minute.
Yeah, it does. Like, well, when I use Sisson and I use the AF route or whatever, like my kill, I don't even use Voria because I have strength. Like, so I just Garrote somebody 3 times and they die. So,
Yeah.
but
No, it's just
Garrote damage has
the
been nerfed in the past though. Like it used to be 80% when prone, now it's
Mhm.
70.
I
Yeah,
remember
that was
seeing
me.
Garrote hit for like 2,000 plus damage, and I am glad that is gone.
no, that still happens. Eric's
Yeah,
just Garrote
it's
hit me
like
for
Oh,
like
2,500
2,200.
usually.
Yeah.
that's
But
brutal.
Yeah,
so
it's level 3 rune of cutting, 19, 20 strength or whatever.
so so I guess my biggest issue with this report isn't necessarily it's targeting one of my skills. 'Like I did admit like there was a bit of bias whenever I went into it with testing as I tested lifer stuff first or spirit lifer whichever. But it's more like I've been shamed before for going up and saying like, "Oh, this skill is OP" or whatever, and then like I went back and checked my log, or somebody else went back and checked the log for me, and I'm like, "Yo, dog, were you even wearing armor?" And then I went back and looked, and I was like, "Shit, I wasn't." Now I just feel bad. But uh, yeah, I don't know. So to anybody listening, I guess just like it's good to make reports on things that you think is problems and all that, but I don't maybe just put a little more thought into it and reach out to other people who are more experienced with fighting. Like if this came from an inexperienced person or something, I don't know. Like if somebody experienced did put this report in and they're just like, yeah, I didn't bother testing, I was just mad. Sorry, I'm not trying to like call anybody out, but like, yeah,
This report, I actually I err on the side of Iku about how I think this is actually an artifact issue, not necessarily an issue with Frenzy. It's just that Frenzy happens to stick out like a sore thumb, at least to us. Like, if I were to take like Umbrage and Willow out of the equation entirely, like Frenzy is one of those skills I hear a lot of complaints about the damage of. But it's also anecdotal because there are, like you just said, there are a lot of skills that hit just as hard, if not more. So I think this is artifacts, and it might also be teams because I think someone just pointed out that it's prone, not fallen for the damage buff for Garrote. I don't know if there's like something like that for Frenzy too.
there's not.
Um,
No.
Nope. And honestly, I've tanked Alola or Azeling's combos too before with level 3 Knuckles and max strength, and let me tell you, those things make Frenzy seem like you're getting just lightly swatted.
I mean, there's definitely like varying degrees that artifacts play into, and like depending on your own audit and the scaling and the way the math works, and we don't have access to those damage formulas. But like, I don't know, some skills like if I lose 20% in an audit related to that skill, like the jump in damage isn't that much. Than other skills, like if I lose 20% physical and then I get or 20% blunt and then get hit with the torso combo, it's like the difference is night and day. So like maybe it is maybe it's the artifact scaling into the skill damage formula. Maybe the formula is missing a number. Maybe I don't know. There's just like too many variables to like go out and test all at once to get like a clear answer. As far as the work that I want to put into it personally, but like I did start out testing like everything, and it's like, yeah,
Yeah, I will say anecdotally, the other night, even at like last night's lesser or whatever, I get targeted a lot, so I get to see people hit me with a bunch of different things. And I think the last time I got hit with Frenzy last night against a similar audit, it was from someone who obviously wasn't very artifacted, like you said, and it did like 500 something to me. So it was from Blodwin, I think. But
Hmm.
it seems
probably.
like there's a huge variation, in between 500 damage for somebody that's not artifacted and like that much damage on the report. So I don't know.
My final question, as far as class leads go, unless somebody else has something else, is how much did you guys pay Wyatt to tilt me?
Nah, he just does that for fun.
Yeah, that's his hobby.
Oh man.
I don't
Well,
even think he was aiming that at me, like, because I see Tet talking in there, and he's like, imagine bashing his prey, and I was like, it got me right in the feels.
so I was gonna say I think we're probably getting to the end here because I want to go do other stuff too, and I'm sure you guys do. But I was just gonna say that like whenever they finally like post all the class lead, what they decide to do, we could probably come back at some point in the next week or two and talk about that too, if you guys wanted.
Yeah, once they start posting decisions.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Honestly nothing in these class leads that's gonna break my heart if it doesn't go through, or if it does go through, except for the hound training changes. Please. Nothing else.
Yeah.
I want those.
I think
Well-
everyone will be devastated if that doesn't go through.
So let me ask though, actually, to clarify, do we want to wait for them to post decisions or do we want to wait for them to post actual implementation? Because we've often seen decisions and implementation be vastly different.
Right. Well, that's up to you guys. I'm good with either.
Do we want to wait 2 weeks for out of season change of minds? Aha.
Honestly, I'm all
That
right with
was a
any of
joke.
it.
I don't want to wait that long.
Yeah, I'm all right with any of it. I'm usually not doing much Saturday at noon because I live 3 hours in the past from East Coast. So
I will also say as a reminder, 2 weeks from now, the show 2 weeks from now is the day before Halloween. So I don't know how available people will be with like Halloween parties and stuff. But
I think this is
I'll be here
actually
for it.
I think this is actually the last day for rejections and comments, or if not, it's like the day before that.
I've been
So
trying to sneak in some comments, but yeah, I think it's coming up.
at the very least, we should have some decisions to talk about if we were to do it next week.
Yeah, because like guys had said, like today's would be the last day, or if not today, then tomorrow. I'm pretty sure he's right. Today's the last day.
Yeah.
So tomorrow and then like a week full of. But there's also the events going on, so like I don't know like
Yeah.
how much that's gonna tie up whoever's time into it.
Well, I was just gonna say if we do talk about the decisions, maybe like make half the episode about class lead decisions and half like back on normal topics and stuff.
Yeah, maybe we start or whoever does next week's episode starts with the events prior that we never got around to that we had talked about multiple times doing because I really did want to talk about the Grey Hunt.
Well, I mean, we could do that now real quick because I actually want to talk about the Grey Hunt too because you overtook me after I logged off, and I think you had mentioned or something somewhere about how like you were having connection issues or something before that. But I had to log off 3 hours before the ending of the hunt because I had to go do things with my family, and I was my goal was to just place in the top 10. So I knew I was going to drop rank, but I wish if I hadn't had to go do that, I might have got fourth or fifth. But yeah.
Yes. So my thing was like it is a great hunt. I've never historically speaking, I've never like it really even placed in these. And so Friday night whenever it started, I was like, sounds like cool, you guys have fun. And then I went out and got drunk. And then I came home, like I didn't drink a super lot, but I drank enough to like put me to bed like the moment I got home. So I woke up at like 4 a.m. in the morning. I was like, well, there's double experience going on. I guess I can go bash because like I'm trying to move up in the overall rankings. And I was like, I can pass Celine and rub that in her face, and then started bashing. And then like I looked at the tier ranks and I was like, I'm doing all right. And then I
Yeah.
started bashing, and then like I started optimizing my bash, and then I started buying chocolates, and then
Right.
I bought an artifact and kept going.
Didn't
Yeah.
you didn't you post a picture of all the energy drinks you drank for this too?
Yeah. Yeah, I started chugging those back. That wasn't even all of them. That was just what I had consumed at the time of the posting. I went out and bought more. But
I didn't even. I got my 2500. I was happy.
Right.
Yeah, I was about to say, I struggled to get 2,500, and then I said, "Cool, never bashing again in my life." But I am also someone who hit 100 3 years ago, and am currently level 116. So
Yeah, well, like with me, I wasn't even planning on participating. I said that multiple times beforehand. I was like, I don't like these events, but like I like them for people that like them. But it's like, I guess I underestimated how well I can do at bashing. I don't know why that is or whatever, but I just started bashing, and then I'm like, okay. And on top of that, I found out kind of my last day at work before it started that Friday. I didn't realize that I had the Saturday off because usually I have to work the 4 hours like I did today. And then I realized I had it off. So I'm like, okay, I have this whole great hunt off. Why don't I try it? So I did. And I just made it a goal for myself to try and place. Like I knew I wasn't going to catch the top three or four people, but I just wanted to see if I could place and I managed it. And I found out the best route for me when I was doing it, like I tried a bunch of different things initially, but then the best route like really was kind of going around the Albados areas, and then I'd go from the Albados area to Eftel Island because like hardly anyone was doing Eftel Island except for like me, Valerie, and Eileen. I think that was the only people I saw doing it, and I'm somehow tanky enough to where I can auto bash Eftel Island with the route I made in Sunder. So that was pretty much what I did. I just bashed a bunch and stayed up late a little bit, and I managed to place, which was cool. I've never done that before.
Yeah, the trick with the Great Hunts isn't necessarily like what the most point giving mob you can kill is, but like because I was looping like Selma and Dobodi and
It's not
Aresh
time.
and more, and like because like I kill them and it takes 1 second to kill a mob and then you move on to the next. So like if I get 4 points from one shotting 4 mobs in 4 seconds, then that's the same as killing a mob in FTEL at 2 or 3 balances and getting 4 points for that. So like it's less about like experience gain and everything because like MJ did kind of blow everyone out of the water as far as like even Jen as far as like points gained per second, but like she didn't really give a shit about the Great Hunt, so she was just like I'm bashing while I'm playing and then I'm
Right.
logging off.
I think
But
a lot of the top like 20 or so people were like that too. Like I know because when Aline was kind of like bashing FTEL when I was like telling her, I'm like, are you following me or something? And she's like, no, I'm just trying to level. And she was like telling me whenever she leveled, she was just gonna stop like bashing that area. I was like, okay, but yeah, but she was
yeah.
still like outside of the top 10, but I think she was in the top 20 or whatever.
Yeah, she started off, she jumped up to the top 10. And like I said, like the whole reason I wanted to bash at all is because of the double experience and because me and Aline were tied at the same rank for overall rankings. And then she had to go and upstage me and join into another rankings that she hadn't been in. So she jumped like 10 spots ahead of me.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's what started it for me.
I managed to pass Benedicto in the experience rankings by doing the Great Hunt, and then like I guess that means I'm like the highest experience ranked Templar. I guess I don't know how that happened, but here we are.
I just knew that either for me it was either going to be one of two things. Either I basically didn't participate and maybe did my 2500 and I went and did things for my weekend, or I was basically going to be up for 48 hours, one of the two. And so I went with the not going full in because there was other things I possibly wanted to do on my weekend. So
Right.
that's kind of how I took it. Because I know with Great Hunts, I'm one or the other. I don't halfway it. Either I'm avoiding it or I'm all in.
There's a well who wants a shout out in chat, thinks they're good because their credit card.
Right.
Tet, is that
Right.
you?
And Maddie, redeemed a story time with the channel points to get Tetchta to tell us how to bash his prey nomen. Even though the point of the story time was to get one of the hosts to tell a story, but I guess Tetchta can tell a story if he
Ted
wants
can
to.
take my spot to do that. Can we get them into voice chat just so they can go on about how great Prenomen bashing is?
Sure. I mean, sure. If you want to, for like the next 10 minutes before we get out of here.
Tet, are you listening?
He's. Oh,
They've
okay.
suddenly found something else to do. Oh, playing
Pokemon
Pokemon
cards.
cards.
Okay.
I mean, we could also talk about the quiz.
Okay. If you want to, yeah. Side in won the quiz. I didn't have any experience with it personally because I got home like literally 30 minutes after it started. So, go ahead.
It was obscure at first. Like, there was so much of it. I was just like, I have no idea. And it was still fun though. Like, it was, yeah, it was a real challenge for most of it because it was just like who's the name of this. I don't even remember like the Vixen Orsai was the answer, but I don't even know what the question was, like Ines, who Ines's original name was, and I'm like, I don't know.
I forgot that Ines had an original name.
Or the exact year that Belladonna got cured. I'm like,
Or what year that the Grand Library burned down. I was just kind of like, sure.
I'll just choose a year. I was completely wrong, but I'll choose a year. So
When they got to like who killed Miuri, I was like, I know this. Finally.
I was like, I know that one. Earl
Yeah.
asks it all the time.
Wasn't that also part of one of the Daily Tome things too? Nairi, where she died and stuff.
Well, where she died, but it had nothing to do with who killed her, just where she died.
Yeah, I just remember reading it because I was like, I usually for the tomes I search the events posts and stuff, so I
Yeah.
kind of read that as a consequence.
And then yeah, I completely blanked on Yudhishthira, however you pronounce it. I was like, I know that one. It's the dragon that you used to kill and give you temporary eagle wings when you killed him.
Yudhishthira, I think. I spelled it completely wrong, but I did know
Yeah.
that one. So I gave
Yeah,
myself points.
I knew it, but I blanked. As soon as the timer started, I was like, why something? I have no idea.
What a
And
word.
yeah, it was just it was like you did whatever. It was several times on that when the timer started. It was just like, nope, not brain's not working. Nuh-uh.
So as an aside, how do we pronounce the vampire lord's name that starts with Z?
Zaraknor?
Zarakanor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is this Arachnor?
Zaraknor.
Z.
Big Z.
This.
Big Z.
Yeah, that's what we always used to call him.
Yeah. So
His tome entry was probably the hardest I had to find so far, by the way, the Daily Tome. I had a heck of a time finding his.
Oh, I might have forgotten to do mine for today.
You better do it.
I did mine already. What did I have? I had oh yeah, I had to go in the volcano.
Yeah, I got a late start on that, and I was like, well, I got a late start. I'll just start it tomorrow, so it's not that big of a deal. And like, I didn't realize that like you could still unlock all the things if you got a late start. And now here we are on day 16, and I'm like, still haven't done it.
Yeah, I skipped out on it 2 days during the Great Hunt. But otherwise, I've done it every other day. But yeah,
it's.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, the tome has been fun. The history quiz was fun. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I feel pretty good about my knowledge, but no, I don't know shit about Aetolia.
Maddie is the volcano tomb part. I know a person who
Wyatt.
I know a person who maybe dropped like 1,600 credits just to go bash the volcano, and then they found out that like they didn't even have to go to the volcano to do it. It was a room outside the volcano.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, the two rooms for the investigation were inside it, but I mean, I'm archivist, so it was like, okay, this doesn't hurt. So, but yeah, just outside the volcano. I was like, really? Although, for those who haven't done it yet, the Bloodlock one is fun because one of the one of the clues is amid the dunes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one.
That's such a great clue. It could be anywhere in Aetolia with that.
And it does change because I've gone with 2 different people and it was 2 different amid the dune runes. So it's not the exact same VNum.
Yeah, the Saraknor one and also the one to find where the oak was born or whatever was kind of difficult for me too. I just lucked into that one, but I really like the Daily Tome. I think it was very well designed and it's actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love it actually. I really like it too, and it's a good. It's been a good like I think I know this maybe.
Right. And then you have to like check events posts or you have to like get other people's opinions. Like there's a lot to it. But some of them are pretty easy, I think. But that's also like a matter of perspective. You know, like one that's easy to me might be hard for someone else, and vice versa.
The only thing I would say that was a little challenge at first was the finding out the intricacy of it, of finding out of just the entrance. Like for example, Neri, where she died, and it's
Right.
like, oh, you don't mean you mean the
Yeah.
entrance to the entrance. So
Been
that
very interesting.
was, yeah, because that one threw me for a loop because I'm like, I'm over here, I'm at the entrance to the area where she died, and you're telling me no. So you're wrong, Tome. You don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
A toy questing in a nutshell.
Pretty much. It's like let me let me go through the list of nouns. Let us begin. We will start with the A's.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do the credit giveaway for the week while we have a second here. Anybody who is in chat still and wants to do the credit giveaway, just type exclamation ticket. I actually didn't know you didn't have to have the one in there. I saw somebody earlier just do exclamation ticket and it worked, so that's a lot easier to remember. I'll give people a minute or so to do that, and then we'll draw the winner, and then we'll probably get out of here shortly after. I probably could talk forever too. I really enjoy voice chat like this, but I'm probably gonna have to find something else to do with my knives now because like I usually do fracture by now and I haven't done it and there's only an hour to howling, so
Yeah, I'm probably going to eat, and then I think I wanted to like maybe go grab something shopping wise, but I don't know if I will or not. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make some pasta, which I'm sure is very surprising given what I said at the start.
yeah. I You love your pasta. What kind of pasta do you enjoy the most? What is your favorite?
Probably spaghetti, but
Oh, a
also
classic.
tortellini is really good.
Mm. All right.
Spaghetti is just a nice comfort food, you know. You just, yeah.
Yep. Yep. I actually I don't even think I said this publicly, but I went and met an Ayatolian on Columbus Day that I hadn't met in person. I drove 3 hours east from here to meet them for lunch, and we actually had an Italian place, like a local Italian place, and I had a plate of spaghetti. That was kind of fun.
Nice.
It was Haley's player. It was a lot of fun.
I've met so many Italians in real life, and like it's always been a blast. I don't think I've ever. I had a bad experience with Illidan. That's just because like he didn't believe me and Trickle whenever we said that we could outdrink him, and so he was like, "I can outdrink you guys." And then like he tried, and then he got really hungover, and we were supposed to go to Six Flags that day, and we didn't because like, I mean we did, but like we didn't go till 9 o'clock, and the park closes at 10. So it was like this was a waste of time. Thanks, Illidan. Saying that with love, I love him. It was fun.
Now that we're all like adults with like income and stuff, well, for the most part or whatever, it would be really cool someday to still have like a giant get together, like on the East Coast or West Coast, I think.
I'm totally down for an East Coast meet.
Yeah. It's just hard to, yeah, it's always hard to like manage that, because like people have different, amounts of times that it can be off, but I would love to see something like that again, especially with the fact that more and more people are back. So
Actually, as Taz is pointing out, last night I forgot. Sorry, buddy. I asked him if he wanted to go get burgers today, and then I was like, "Oh shit, I got the milestone to do. Sorry, I can't go."
nice. Oh God. All right. Well, I think we had a good stream here. I was gonna say we still haven't done anything with the subscriber badges yet. There's a couple things we need to do still. We need to decide on what we want them to be before I can convince someone like Phoenicia to do them for me. So it's kind of, we need to sit down and do ideas about that. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching today. I think this was really awesome. This went much better than I thought it would, because you know how we can all be about this, class leads in particular. No matter who you are, it's usually kind of a heated, passionate thing. But I'm proud of everyone in here today for doing a great job.
I just want to point back to what Satan said at the start. All the ones buffing Shadow are right, and the ones buffing Spirit are wrong.
Well,
Yep.
What about the ones that buff both? because of mirror classes.
Right.
If
What
it's a
happens-
class I have, then it's
Yeah.
good. If it's a class I don't have, then it's bad.
Like,
what he said.
but what happens when all the classes are finally mirrored, like 10 years from now or 5 years or whatever it is?
We can just delete class leads.
Really?
We just delete classes and we just
yeah.
all
Punch and
swing
kick.
weapons and punch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slash and punch and kick and see what
And bite.
happens. Yeah. I think that'd be
And
fun.
just add singularities and Holocaust back along with O-bombs. I'm cool with it.
All right, let's get out of here. Everybody have a good evening. Let's get out there and kill each other and role play with each other and have fun. And we'll see you next time.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Catch
See you
up
guys.
later.